There we are. All right, we are live. Surprise Saturday stream, everybody. Yeah, just decided to stream. We just finished up our video for today. It's going to be out a little bit later than normal. That's all on me. It's been a busy week. But we do have a good video out today. You're going to enjoy it. It's a longer video, but it's a very valuable one. So I hope you watch that video as well. And then we've got the stream going on. So I hope people come out and watch. We're going to do a few things on this stream. There's no particular agenda. This is just a Saturday stream. We're going to have some fun with it. So we're going to cover a little bit of noob versus pro material. It's going to be primarily me for a while, and then maybe Sun will join me in a little bit, maybe an hour or so. But yeah, so we're going to cover some noob versus pro material. So I am here on the noob versus pro account. You can see Colred noob versus pro. That's me. So we're going to talk about this account. We're going to talk a little bit about the fusion event on the main account. I am not doing the fusion event here, although we'll talk about that here too, because we are going after, both Sun and I are going after some of the consolation prizes, the epics and the rares. I just realized I just refilled my glass and I didn't bring it with me, so I don't have my drink. But okay, so we're going to go over the fusion stuff. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the discussion that's been going on this week with Plarium. I do want to address that. I thought about doing a reaction video to the Mac Chan situation. Some of the other content creators have done it. I haven't done a reaction video yet, and I've felt compelled to do a few reaction videos in the past few weeks. And I'm not really a big name on the scene, so I don't want to like ruffle any feathers or step on any toes. And I feel like when people want reactions, they want reactions from the big movers in the space. That being said, I have thoughts, and I think I can add a voice to the conversation that could be valuable. So I'm not going to hold back too much longer on the reaction videos. I'll start getting into reaction videos. But instead of doing reaction videos, what I often do is during my live stream, I just take questions and I answer questions. So, you'll get my thoughts on those topics here today if you're interested. So yeah, right now, what are we actually doing? What do we need to do for this account? Let's check it out. We have a classic arena takedown. We're doing okay, and we got some energy there. This is still 2 days in. This won't be a problem to get this rare. This is the Sylvan Watcher's rare, I believe. I forget his name. But so we'll get a copy of that. I've already gotten a copy of Selenia. What I think is really the prize in the fusion event. So if I can get a second copy of her, I may go for one of the epics. I'll probably go for Malkith. But I'd like a Selenia Nightcloak as well. And I think I'd also like one of the other rares. Let's see. This guy, Torix. I think I want a copy of this guy. Leech on his A1, increased defense on an AoE with a provoke. And then he's got a block damage and a counter attack with a defense or in all dungeons, decent stats for a rare. So yeah, I think I'm interested in him. I'm actually interested in all of the rares. I think all of the rares are playable. I think the one who's a little bit tricky would actually be Petrifia here in the Demon Spawn faction, because she doesn't really do one thing well. But I do think I could pair her with my Frozen Banshee, and that would do quite well, because she brings a second poison sensitivity, and she also brings additional poisons. She also has a decreased attack and a decreased defense for the clan boss. Now, I already have my decreased defense well covered, but I don't have a decreased attack. So potentially this could be something I could add to my clan boss team. Take a look at my clan boss team. My clan boss team has made moves in the past few days. Why did I do that? Clan boss team. So you can see here, I one-keyed normal at almost 9.5 million. And basically what I did, all I did is I got Frozen Banshee, decided to 6-star her. She's at 5 stars right now. I still have to level her up. So she's at 5 stars now. I took out my Shield Guard, who is a level 60, but isn't fully mastered. But I pulled him out, put her in at like level 23 last night and 26 this night. And I jumped from like 6.5 million to 9.5 million, or maybe a little bit like 7 million to 9.5 million. She is already doing 3.5 million damage out of this 9.5 million damage. My Athel, my 6-star Athel, who is fully mastered, did 4 million, and Frozen Banshee did 3.5. So we are in a situation here where Oh, we have a delivery. We have a delivery of that drink. Someone was watching the stream and delivered my drink. Thank you. So that was great. But yeah, so 3.5 million compared to Athel, who's doing 4 million. And she's not masteried. And she's not even level 50 yet. She's 5-star, not even level 50 yet. So she's definitely going to be my next 6-star. We'll get her up to level 60. We'll get her full masteries. And I think she's going to potentially do so much damage. She's definitely going to give me my 1 key in hard. You need about 12 million here. I think 11.7 million. And right now I'm 2 keying this since I got Frozen Banshee. I think I'm pulling just around like 8 million. I think I got 8 million on 1 key or something like that. This was yesterday, so I haven't done it yet today. So I'm going to get in here and do one of these. It is a good affinity for us because both Athel and Frozen Banshee are magic affinity. So we're going to do some damage against hard clan boss. We're going to see what that's all about. But as you can see, again, this team, you know, I've still got a spot to remove my Wukong and get somebody else in there. Now, potentially I could put Shield Guard in instead of Wukong, but Wukong does the buff removal. And so that feels like it's a more important job than getting extra damage right now. But if I get that Petrifia and I put her in here, that's more uptime on the poisons. That's more additional poisons in addition to what Frozen Banshee is bringing, and then a decreased attack. Now, the interesting thing is when I ran this boss fight, I actually capped out on debuffs frequently. So I have my Banshee, my Frozen Banshee, in a Relentless set. And when she procs the Relentless set and gets more poisons out there, those poisons stack up pretty quickly. We have the decreased defense from Deacon Armstrong. We have the weaken from Athel. And then we have the block debuffs buff from, or the block buffs debuff. That's what it is. The block buffs debuff from Sun Wukong. So that's 3. And then in addition, we have poison sensitivity. That's 4. So if we get a decreased attack, that would be 5, and that would only leave 5 spots for poisons. So removing that block buffs debuff, removing that debuff will free up a spot. Oh, we also have the leech from Moonkeeper Dazdirk and from Deacon Armstrong. So there are a lot of debuffs out there. Now, the leech seems to play. The decreased defense absolutely plays. The weaken absolutely plays. The poison sensitivity absolutely plays. So we can't really get rid of any of those. And so that means at maximum, we're going to have 6 spots for poisons. So I may not need a second poisoner. Like getting Petrifia in here may be overkill. It might be too much. And I might be better off with another direct damage dealer, or even a tank who could just extend my life by bringing Ally Protect or an increased defense or shields or whatever. Maybe even a buff extender or a debuff extender could be helpful. And Malkith is a buff extender. So that's one thing to consider. The only buffs I'm really running on this team, though, are increased attack. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. So buff extension would help a little bit because I'd have 100% uptime on the increased attack. But that's not necessarily a game changer for me. So looking back at my roster, I still have this 5th spot on the team that could go in a couple of directions. So, you know, we have Runekeeper, Athel, Deacon, and Frozen Banshee, and that feels good. If we remove the Sun Wukong and we no longer have the buff strip, then we have to worry about that increased attack. And so the only other thing that you can do there really is you either have a block debuff, which he also has, or you have a decreased attack. So if I can find a decreased attack champion who also brings in Ally Protect or increased defense or strengthen, that might be the best option because I have plenty of healing. And so reducing my incoming damage would be one way to extend my life. All right, so what I'm working on currently is I'm grinding up a lot of things because we have this fusion event going on. But one of the things that I'm doing is I'm trying to get in here to the Minotaur's Labyrinth to get my Frozen Banshees some masteries. But here's the other thing. I need to get her to rank 6, and I need to do it today. because tomorrow the Void Keep opens. And so I need to get this Void Keep mission done. And I have the chickens. I have the chickens to get her to 6 stars. So really all I have to do is get her to 50. But I simultaneously want to do well on the clan boss. So I think what I'll do, let's just look at her masteries. I got her just the tier 1 and tier 2 masteries. So this is what I have on her. Now this would get me a little bit more damage. Maybe this would get me some more accuracy, but the accuracy and the damage is fine right now. I would like to get to the Lore of Steel. That would be helpful. I could also obviously improve her gear. I might do that right now. How much silver do I have? Are we in a, have we started the artifact enhancement event? We have. Okay. So I only have 2 million silver, which I could run out of real fast, but let's go ahead and 6 level up her boots to 16. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Crit damage, I don't care so much about it. I just want the speed. So she's now running at 186. We're going to get her up over 200 speed, which is going to be really nice. Let's run these up to... well, she does die first. Obviously, she is the weakest champion in the team because she's only level 26 or something. So I could also get some levels on her, which would be nice. And if she could survive 1 or 2 more turns, I could potentially 1 key today. So maybe I should just focus on that for an hour or 2. Yeah, why don't we get back in here? Why don't we get back in here? We'll just do stage 15. I'm just running it with 4 right now. You can see she's getting experience. Everybody needs scrolls except for Athel. Athel is maxed out. Oh, actually, Runekeeper Dazzdark is also maxed out. So maybe I could drop him. The question is, can I clear it with these 3? Because Deacon Armstrong still needs scrolls too. Now the other option is I could go like this, and I could definitely clear it with these 3, and that would put all the scrolls onto Rose and Banshee, and Deacon would get his scrolls later. Now I'm not leveling him up to 6 stars today, so that might be a good idea. Let me do that. Let me just do. I'll do 5 of these. We'll see how far we go there. And let me go take a look at chat, because I haven't looked at chat yet. Okay, so chat. Femoral, hello. David Gribby, hello. Tributor, Captain Volcana, Noah. Hey, Noah, how you doing? Alex, Siloth. We got Miwi, Simon Posse. Everybody, welcome. Good to see you. Tributor says, I'm going after the buff extender reviver. That is Malkith, who is, yes, he's a very good epic, I think. Oh, well, you got Islin, so you're in great shape because he's a fantastic progression tank. Silas says day 16 on my account, and I've 2-keyed hard clan boss today. Awesome. That is fantastic. That's a lot faster than what I've been doing. Any weekend champs maybe, says Andre. Hey, Andre. I have weekend on Athel. So Athel is a weekend champion already. I don't need to bring a weekend. I've already got one. And then, all right. Wicked Gaming. Hello, hello. Well, thanks for joining, everybody. It's a surprise on a Saturday to be streaming, but I'm glad that you all decided to join me. Sun will probably be joining us in maybe an hour or so. He is finishing up our video for today. It's Meve. W in German is pronounced as a V. Yep. I didn't know you were German, to be fair. But okay. Is it Mivi or Meve or Meve? All right, I got an hour for these. Oh, yeah, I'm playing on 2 accounts. I should put that up here somewhere. I'm playing on 2 accounts. That didn't work. I lost. That's frustrating. All right, we'll put Deacon back in. We'll do this 4 more times. I hate wasting energy like that. That feels frustrating. But yeah, no, I also have a second account. This is my main account. This is on BlueStacks right now. What you're seeing is on BlueStacks. And I still have not pulled the trigger on my sacred shards. So I'm not 100% convinced I want to go after this champion. Not because I don't think the champion's good. I think if I don't go after this champion, I will regret it at some point. But there are two reasons I'm thinking I may not want to go after this champion. The first is I'm so tired of fusions. I'm so tired of fusions. I've done the last 3 in a row. I've never done 3 in a row before. And they make me lose sleep and they stress me out. And like that, they don't stress me out overly much because I've gotten pretty good at the fusions. And the last few fusions were not hard at all for me to complete. But the champion training events and the dungeon divers events and doing all of the event, like especially the dungeon divers events, finding the energy and sinking the time in, right? Because you can't do it based on multi battles alone. You have to actually manual some, or you have to, get RSL helper. You have to do blue stacks or something. And I tend to like to do everything manually. I don't like to use third-party software that much. I like the HH optimizer, but I even use that minimally. So it's just a personal thing. It's not like a judgment about anybody. If you should use those tools, if you're willing to and you like them, they're great tools. They make life easier. But for some reason, I like to make my life a little bit harder. So I haven't 100% committed to doing this. Now, I do have 10 sacred shards. And realistically, I could just pull 4. I could pull 4 and get what I needed for the summon rush. Now, we have this dragon tournament going on, and I would need to complete this dragon tournament, and I've only got 950 points. Now, that's okay. I could still get this champion. That wouldn't be too bad. Now, one of the reasons I'm thinking I should hang around in this fusion is because it is a traditional fusion with 4 rares and 2 new epics. And we have a 2x Ancient Shard event next week during the champion chase. And I've got 53 Ancient Shards. I'll probably have 75 by then, plus all the gems that could be more. So there's a real chance with this fusion, with any traditional fusion, of pulling 1 or 2 of the rares, or maybe getting lucky and pulling one of the epics from the Ancient Shards. And if I do that, and I've just hung around enough, I could maybe complete the fusion without breaking my back. Now, the events that I really hate are the dungeon divers, and the champion training at this point is getting frustrating because I feel like I'm spending all of my time leveling up food to then use during a champion training. And they just had one on the last day of CVC. And then literally that champion training ended and this champion training started at the exact same moment. So it's back-to-back champion trainings. Plus we'd have to do another champion training down in the second week of the fusion. And then, of course, who knows about the fusions in the future? They all have champion training events. So I like champion training events in the sense that it pushes me to level up new champions. But I've been booking out champions left and right, and all I've got is 13 legendary tomes left. And I really don't have any epics that I care about 6-starring. I don't think I have any epics left that I'm like, I need this at 6-star. There are a couple that are interesting. There are a couple that are interesting. So I'll show you what I've got in terms of epics here. So the epic that is the top of my list, absolute top of my list to 6-star, is a Kemptham. So this is the one champion where I'm like, I need this guy at 6 stars. Now there are other champions that are worth 6 stars, and I could potentially bring up. Now Rector Draft deserves to be a 6-star, and she would help me out in Hydra, so I could potentially use her as a 3rd Hydra team healer kind of mitigator. She'd be good there. I also really want to bring up Mirag Bronzelock. I just think she's a cool champion. She's got a strengthen. She's an ally attack defense-based champion. I love defense-based champions. I'd like to bring her up. I've got Sylar, who's been sitting here at 5 stars for like a year and a half. I'd like to bring her up to 6 stars. I've got Runekeeper Dazdirk, who I fell in love with for the second time now that I have him on my free-to-play account, and I kind of want to bring him up as well, even though I don't really need him. I've also got Ruella, who's a fantastic champion who I could use in a lot of different places. I've got this Mistrider Dathi guy who's really interesting. He's got more extra turns than like anybody in the game. I've got Fane, who I got for free like a year and a half ago, and she's still fantastic, and I still haven't leveled her to 6 stars, even though it was my intention to initially do that immediately. Yeah, and so I've got all those champions. I've got Orin here, who's a great solo champion. I've got Madame Saris, who deserves a 6-star. I've got Golden Reaper, who deserves a 6-star. I've got Hatatsu, who I love and I think is a great champion. I've got Archmage Helmet. So I could level up a bunch of these epics to 6-stars, but none of them are screaming at me to do it. You know, none of them are like, you have to do it right now. It's going to help you progress in the game. The closest thing to progression I may actually get from an epic would be a Kemptham in Hydra Clan Boss. You know, now I am thinking about pulling Ninja out of my Clan Boss team. So if I need to replace Ninja in my Clan Boss team, I got to think about who is a really top tier Clan Boss damage dealer. Because right now I'm doing like 120 million to 150 million per key. And I want to speed him up and pull him out and use him against the Sand Devil. That's what I want to do. I want to set him up for Sand Devil. I also want to use him in some live arena stuff and whatever. I want to speed him up. He's running at like 208 or something, 215. I don't know. He's not fast. Let's take a look at him. What's he running at? 216. So I'd love to run him at like 260, 270. I think he'd be fun up there, and you could get some more interesting opportunities with him in live arena then. Because really having your nuker run at 216 in live arena doesn't make sense unless you're running very specific types of comps that enable that. So like if you look at my main arena nuker, even he's slow. He's at 221. Like he's got to come up too. But my primary live arena nukers are actually slow too. Gosh, everybody's slow. I need to get people more speed. I need more speed on everybody. I need more speed. I've actually slowed down like 4 or 5 champions for content. I made some videos around Clan Boss and around some other fights where I had to like swap gear out and slow people down. So unfortunately, most of my nukers are pretty slow. 220 here at Skull Crown. But I need a fast nuker. And I thought it would be Ninja just because he's also got CC. But we'll see if we have the gear for him. I don't know. Everything takes silver, and just silver on a free-to-play account is a nightmare. I do have 30 million silver right now, and I don't really want to burn through it. I kind of want to just save it up until I get like 200 million silver and then make a bunch of new Clan Boss speed tunes or something. Why are we on a dead screen here? Classic Arena Takedown. We get some energy there. Let's take that. The BlueStacks is so slow. Okay. So, let me get in here. I'm still trying to finish the masteries on these 3 champions here, I think. Actually, this guy too. So I'm leveling up 3 champions while I'm also leveling up masteries. Or 2 champions, I guess. So Brogni, I'm trying to get masteried out. I booked him during the last EVC. I'd like to get him out there and have fun with him. He's a very interesting champion. I got Harima. You guys might have saw that. I got the Harima on stream a few weeks ago. So I want to level her out. And then Islan. I jumped on the Islan bandwagon. I didn't jump on the Islan bandwagon. I was driving the Islan bandwagon. I was the only content creator out there, I think, who was like, this guy's a beast. He's awesome. You should get him. Everybody else was like, pass on this guy. He's all right. So I really want to commit resources to this guy, build him out, and show him off, because I am convinced, I'm still convinced, that he's going to be a great champion. Now, I don't necessarily need him for my account, but he's going to be fun. They're just, like, infinity tanks are just fun. Like, unkillable, self-healing tanks. What's more fun than that? There's nothing more fun than that. I'm such a tank. Like, in my mind, I'm still a tank. You know what I mean? I think of myself like as a gamer. I'm like, I'm a tank. Like if you had to pick one role that you played in any game at all, I'm a tank. You know, go back to MMO days, playing my Warden on Lord of the Rings Online, you know, playing my my various tanks. I played a whole bunch of tanks in, you know, different MMOs. But you know, Knights of the Star Wars: The Old Republic. I played a shadow tank. You know, so it's like I played all the tanks actually. I played every tank. Had one of each. But all right, so let's see. We're looking here at all right. Let me get back to chat. This is what I like auto battles for during a stream. I can just put on some auto battles and I can go hang out with chat. All right. Poison sensitivity 2, Alex says, yes, that's what we were thinking about with the Petrifica or Petrifia, whatever her name is. Femoral says, on my main account, I have Islin and Ursuga. I wonder which one to up. Any advice? They are both great. Ursuga helps the rest of your team survive by pulling some of the damage, I think, right? She has some damage mitigation for the rest of the team, whereas Islin heals everybody. So it's a different way to provide survivability. He's also got shields. Honestly, I don't think either one's bad. I mean, they're both fantastic. I think the conventional wisdom would say that Ursuga is the better overall champion. I think she's widely regarded as perhaps the best tank champion in the game. I think she and Kyoko kind of split that title. But I'm sorry. Maybe that's, outside of Krisk, right? Krisk. So I don't know if Islin would widely be considered as a match for those other champions. I happen to think he's fantastic. So it really depends on what you're feeling. I don't think you're going to go wrong with either champion. So would you consider a video explaining all the ins and outs of the HH optimizer? I'm lost using parts of it. That's a tough one. I've given basic videos on the HH optimizer, and I've used it, and I've given basic videos on the raid boss calculator, clan boss calculator, and I've thought about doing more in-depth stuff there. Part of the issue is those are assets that belong to other content creators. And so I'm a little bit wary, not because I don't have information I could share, but one, I don't know how they feel about it. I don't know those guys. I haven't talked to them. And what, I may be covering their territory. So it could be a territorial thing. So I don't know. The second thing is I'm really happy actually to shout out all the resources that are out there in the community. I think the HH optimizer is a phenomenal tool for the community created by a community member. So I'm happy to promote it. But doing videos on it is weird because it's like it was created to generate income for HH. I mean, it was created to help the community, absolutely. But it's an asset that he gets money off. And so making videos to make money off of the thing that he created to make money off of is also a little bit of a sticky wicket. So I don't know what the boundary is yet. I'm still pretty new to this. So for right now, I'm probably going to hold off on doing that kind of thing. Contributor, go to their Discord, says Simon. Loads of help available there. Yes, definitely come to our Discord. Cygnus, Hyoga, welcome. Mr. Fudan, welcome. I will be dipped in honey called a cookie, a live stream. Imagine that. Even Sun is showing up. Can I show my R-tack build? I certainly can. Let's do that. I'll do that in just a moment. What clan boss comp are you running? I just showed that, but I will show it again because I'm going to do more in a little bit. Tobias, welcome. He says thumbs up. Hey, everybody, hit the like button so we get this video out there, so we get this live stream out there, and people know that we're live streaming today. Let's do that. Islin is great so far. Yes, I imagine that he is. I'm happy to be building mine out. I think all champs with AoE decreased speed are automatically good. It's mandatory for Hydra, and so few champs do that well. That's also true. That's a great point. I love AoE slow champs, or AoE decrease speed champs. I love them. I love single target decrease speed champs. I really do. Decrease speed is so good because it magnifies. It's like the, what would you call it? It's the mirror image, maybe. It's the mirror image, or it's the other side of the coin for increased speed, right? Like you empower your team by making them move faster, and you diminish the enemy and empower your team by making them slower. And it works in the exact same way, except reductions are more powerful than increases when you're dealing with percentages, right? Like a 50% decrease and a 50% increase are not it's not the same thing, right? In terms of like overall strength, it just the way that we do. And if you do them in combination, it's even more stark than that. Like when you increase by 50%, you go from 100% to 150%. If you decrease that by 50%, you go from 150 to 75. So the decrease 50% is more powerful than the increase of 50% because it's a multiplier. So slows are incredibly powerful. They're incredibly strong. They're such a great, and they don't have to be a hard CC, and you can land them on most targets. Almost every boss in the game, with the exception of clan boss and maybe one or two other bosses, you can slow. And so it's just it magnifies your team. It's a multiplier for your team. I love that. Double shield, sync life, the poisons are just right. Thanks for that. Chuck Norris got an announcement in Discord that Colruyt was doing a surprise stream, and he joined it. I like it. We're shooting from the hip today. Mr. Fidan is he's still running the original Chuck Norris jokes. That's fun. Saphira and Hell Hades have done so many guides on using the optimizer. Yeah, and that I should have said that as well. Like, go ahead and watch their videos. They're the experts. They designed the thing. They know it better than I do. Captain Volcano got frozen Banshee today. Congratulations. She's a fantastic champion that is helping my account out as we speak. Dextrose got 6 legendaries out of not many sacreds. Only 1 dupe. That's fantastic. 6 legendaries in a week. I almost feel bad for you a little bit. Like, it's good to have choices, but sometimes having too many choices is hard, right? Like when you get 6 legendaries, you're like, what do I can't possibly build 6 legendaries. Like I really, next week we have the 2x Ancient Shard event. And let me get back to the game here. Let me actually swap over to, oh, I'm on the wrong one. Let me swap over to the other game. Okay. So here's the thing. We've got a 2x Ancient Shard event next week. This is my new account, by the way. This is my brand new account. I've got 55 Ancient Shards since the last event. This is why 2x events are great for new accounts, right? So realistically, I'm going to have, I don't know, 65, between 60 and 65 Ancient Shards for the 2x event next week. That's at worst, absolute worst case scenario. That means I've got 65 3-star chickens, right? But chances are I'm going to get some decent rares. I'm going to get a few epics. I don't know what those epics are going to be. I don't know if they're going to be any good. I also have a decent chance of pulling a legendary. Now, if I hit on 2 or 3 legendaries, and we go to my tavern, we look at I've got 5 legendary tomes. I haven't put any on Wukong yet. And he's worth a 6-star, and he's worth booking out. And then if I pull 2 legendaries, it's going to take me 3 more months to book them, at least. Right? Like I've gotten 5 legendary tomes in 40 days. Now I am about to get 2 from this reward here. My Arbiter missions. I'm about to pick up 2. And potentially I'm about to pick up another one if I can get it in, I forget which one of these it is. Is it the Champion Training? One of these has a book somewhere. This tome up here. So I'm going to go get this tome. I'm actually trying to get this Primal Shard before the 2x event ends as well. So I can use that. So if I can go up and get this 9,500 points, I will. So I'm going to have 8, I think, 8 legendary tomes, which is 1 friendly legendary, right? Some legendaries only take 8 books. Most of them take 10. Some of them take 11 or 12, but it's between like 8 and I think the worst one is maybe 13. So, but on average, it's about 10. 10 or 11 are the most common. So I can mostly book out 1 legendary. So getting 6 legendaries in a week would be insane. But anyway, somebody asked me a question and I said I was going to answer it. Let's see. Somebody asked, R-tack build, and then clan boss comp. Okay. R-tack. R-tax build. All right, so this is my R-tax build. Now, whoops, wrong account. Let me get on the other account. Let me fire this one up one more time. I need to keep getting levels on my Frozen Banshee. She's already up to 20 or 31, which is nice. All right. Let's go over to, here we go. All right, so this is a little bit slower. This is the blue stacks, but so I'll show you my R-tack build. So this is what I'm running on R-tack. And I thought about the different builds and I looked at my gear and this was the one I chose. So I've gone with a stun set. And he's great in Doom Tower with this set. He's got nice high accuracy at 368. It's not quite as high as you would need it for the very, very top floors. It's not as high as you need for the top floors of the tower. Because I think the resistance up there, the very top 10 floors or something, you need like 400 accuracy, maybe a little bit higher even. But I think usually 400 accuracy is enough. So I'm not quite there with the accuracy, but for almost everything in the game, it's enough. His speed at 223 is good, but not great. I would rather run him at like 250 to 260, maybe 265 even. Get him up around there because he doesn't lap everybody. You know, sometimes some of the bosses in Doom Tower run at like 250. They're really fast. Like Bommel. Bommel runs really fast at floor 90. So not that I'm going to run this guy into Bommel. I'm just using that as an example. So I'm talking over there like Sun is still over there, but he's not. I could be talking to you guys. I don't know why I'm doing that. But so he's great for wave content. This is great for Spider Boss. One of the things about R-tack is that you can't really increase his damage much. He does his damage based on his HP burns and his activations. So speed is the way you improve his damage because he gets back to the HP burns, back to the activations more quickly. That means more damage. You could put him in a relentless set. So that's another set that you can build. So stun set's good for wave content. Relentless set is good for damage, right? Obviously, speed is also good for damage. You can go full perception if you want to increase the accuracy even more. The other option is to go tanky with him. Take away all his damage and just straight up give him defense percentage and HP percentage. You know, here I've got 2 HP percentages. He's HP based damage. That's probably a lie. But get him really tanky and put him in a regen set. And, you know, let him run that way. Even put him in a bolster set. Bolster set would be awesome on him. Because then you get 3 free turns without even taking damage, probably. So you can build him that way. You can build him a lot of different ways. And the truth of the matter is you almost can't build him poorly. The one way to build him poorly, I think, is to focus on crit rate and crit damage like he's a normal damage dealer and try to up his regular damage a lot. So you're hitting really, really hard as you possibly can with R-tack if you don't have God tier gear. Because you still need the accuracy, you still need the speed, you still need the tankiness, right? Now, if you have all of that, and you have the God tier gear where you can get 100% crit rate and boost your crit damage to 250% or whatever, then more power to you. But then why are you asking me about a build, right? Like, if you have that kind of gear, you are either a huge spender or you've been playing the game for 4 years. So, yeah. I think a really good first speed number for this guy to push for is about 220. And then you kind of want to go up in 20 speed increments, you know, go from 220 to 240, 240 to 260. And I'd probably camp him around 260 if I could. I think that would be a really good speed for him. Now, I've got almost 80,000 HP on him, so he is beefy. But I could still squeeze more onto him. I could get a 6-star chest plate. This would get more HP, 10% more HP. But you can see I've got a triple roll into speed here. And I want him fast, and so I don't think I can swap that piece out. I've got a double roll in speed here. Again, another 5 stars. I could move up to 6 stars, but I would only move up to 6 stars if I had a triple roll. Unfortunately, my stun set's not that fast. I could use 6-star speed boots. I need to keep the accuracy. You can see no rolls into speed. They're just the base, well, the one roll, the like base roll. one base roll here, and then actually one additional roll here. So, you know, this is why I'm not so fast. Probably have an accuracy banner. Yeah, no rolls into speed there, so I could also get some speed out of that. That's probably the first place I'll go looking for speed. But it would have to be an accuracy banner. And I might not have an accuracy banner with any speed on it that's worth investigating right now. So that's my R-tack build. I get a lot of use out of them. I use them a lot in Doom Tower. The other thing that I like doing is I like using him with Cardiel, because Cardiel has an ally attack. So he does an AoE that gets more stuns out there. It also increases the duration of his HP burns. And so one team that I use in Doom Tower on this account, I'll actually show you guys. I don't know if I've ever showed off this team before. This is not like a great team. I mean, it is a great team, but it's not like a goal team. It's not like an aspirational team. Okay, so I actually switched to this. So this is Cardiel with Sissy, a Flame Tongue. Now, she's also an HP burner with an activation. So she and R-tack work really well together. And then you've got Vizix for slows and provokes. And then you've got Mithrala for just being a god and having everything. So she increases attack, increases defense, gives you shields, gives you hex, gives you poisons, gives you a cleanse. She might, I don't know, she might turn lead into gold for all I know. She's amazing. So no, if I struggle with the floor, I just throw this team together and I run this team, and it's very effective and I don't have to think about it much. But the team that I was talking about was a team I was running earlier in Doom Tower, which is just kind of fun and stupid. And like I said, it is strong, but it's not like aspirational. Yeah, and I think it's this. So this is what I was running. Right, so we've got 4 AoE A1 champions. 3 of them are in stun sets. So Doom Priest, that's Doom Priest, Skull Crown, not Doom Priest. Skull Crown, Ray, and R-tack are all in stun sets. Ray has an AoE freeze. Uko has an AoE on the A1 that has decreased attack. And then Cardiel will activate all of them and just, it's fun to watch. I don't even know if it's that good. Usually I just click on it and let it go. I'll watch it for a round or two and then I'll just, you know, I'll do something else. But you'll watch, like, on this very first attack. It's just stupid, right? It's just stupid. It's like we get 4 stuns there out of 5. There's the 5th stun. Everybody dies. Nobody ever goes. You know, but it is RNG based. So every once in a while, you know, you get a little bit unlucky. That's why I have the Mighty Uko in there, because the decrease attack and the revive in case you need it. He's got a revive, AoE revive. And yeah, so it's just kind of a fun team. So I just click it and let it run. All right, while this is running, let me get back to chat. see what people are saying. Good luck with everybody's ancients. My referral accounts gets better pulls than my main. That is a problem. That happens. My first alt that I ever made, which is like my second most powerful account now. My first legendary was Bad Alcazar. My first epic was Stag Knight. My third legendary was Septimus. I got a Geomancer on that account like 60 days in. Actually, no, that's not true. I'm sorry, that was the other new account. My third new account, that was 60 days in, I got a Geomancer. I got crazy pulls on that account. I got a Tamesia, that was my first Void Legendary. I got her like, I don't know, 90 days into the account. Stupidly good. Okay. Is crit rate needed for R-tack? Not at all. Howdy, Colred. First time viewer says Mortimus Maximus. I feel like I've seen you before. So maybe you're just joking with that lol there. Yeah. But welcome. Good to see you. Midi, welcome. David Grubby says, in normal spider, you don't want him to hit too hard. That's true. You don't want him to blow up the spiderlings. You want the HP burns to tick. That is one of the issues about like getting better and better gear on your HP burn champions. Is like if they get to the point where they just blow things up, then you know you're not getting as much damage as you want. The all-seeing gamer. Hi, Colred, just tuned in. So how are you? I'm doing well. I'm tired. I'm tired in general because I'm working crazy hours and I'm not sleeping as much as I should because every night when I finish making videos and I finish working and whatever, I look at Raid and I'm like, what do I have to do in Raid today? And it's like, oh, I got 5 hours of Raid to play and it's already, 10 p.m. I'm like, that's stupid. So playing 2 Raid accounts has been cutting into my sleep quite a bit, which is another reason why I'm seriously thinking about passing on this fusion because I just can't afford to lose any more sleep. But otherwise, I am doing great, actually. Fall is my favorite time of year. It is fall here in New England. It is just getting cold enough where I can wear sweatshirts every day, hoodies. I love wearing cozy clothes. I've been doing PT for my foot. I don't think I've mentioned this on stream, but I hurt my foot this summer. And I've been doing PT for the past 2 weeks and it's being very effective. So I'm feeling better with my foot. Yeah, life is good. Thanksgiving is coming up. It's my favorite holiday of the year. And my brother and his family are actually coming into town this year. We don't typically get to see them at Thanksgiving. So that's exciting. And this team that I was just touting lost. So that makes me happy, right? That's great. So let's go back to that other team that I had out here, which is silly good. So it's this and physics and just, right? Yeah, I think that's what we were doing. All right, so this team should climb. But thanks for asking. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Mitty says, Mithrala is so good she'll do your taxes. That's about how good she is. Will the Fury set work on R-tack? It does. It does. But Fury is still not good. And you don't need to do any more damage with them. That's not the point, right? Like, because if the question is, does Fury work with HP burn? If that's the question, I don't think so. I don't think it affects the value of the HP burn. HP burn is set on the HP of the target, not on the condition of the debuffer. So I don't think it works with R-tack in that way. But I thought you were talking about like his passive reducing his overall health and therefore he gets faster. Like, yeah, that'll work, but it's very minimally effective. None your business. I chance my referral to my main. Not sure what that means, but if you're doing a referral for your main, that's great. Mr. Fudan, oh my God, I thought that was just me. All 3 of my referral accounts got better pulls than my main. Yeah, that happens all the time. Oh, you changed. That's what I was supposed to. You changed your referral to your main. You were doing a referral account. It got such good pulls. You changed it to your main account. I gotcha. I'm following you now. The self HP destruction doesn't trigger the Fury damage because it's max HP reduction and not missing health. So that doesn't work. But if you're asking, does he do more damage from... Okay, I get you. I was just thinking, yeah, it works with him. Obviously, it works with every champion who loses health. But yeah, his max HP destruction just reduces his max HP number, thereby meaning that like you still have to lose HP from the max HP in order to trigger Fury. Yeah. Yeah, my fault, Nunya. I figured that out just a little bit too late. Stultus is fantastic. Stultus is an amazing champion. I don't know who he's supposed to be better than, but he's very, very good. He's not better than Mithrala, if that's what you're talking about. I don't know if there's a better champion than Mithrala in the game. I honestly don't. Like, when I look at all of the amazing champions, there are champions that do one thing better than Mithrala does anything. That's true. But I don't know that there's anybody who's just a flat-out better champ. Okay, this is irritating. Oh, it's the whatchamacallums. It's the Mortu Macabre floors. That's why. All right, no biggie. Mortu Macabre, who is irritating. let's go ahead and bring in some CC champions. We'll probably stick with the Sissia here. Let's bring in Ragash. No, you know what? We're gonna stick with our team. We're gonna bring in Lydia, and then I want an AOE reviver who gives me turn meter probably. Does that feel right? We lost some damage there, but that feels right. Let's try that. I'm just gonna auto that. That should probably work just fine. Okay. Stultus is the third best champ in Bannerlords under Terrace and Marishka. That is a claim. Let's go examine that claim. I'm not sure you're right. I'm not sure you're wrong. I don't really know, but I'm curious now. Now you're making me think about Bannerlords. So let's go take a look at the Bannerlords faction. Is Stultus the third best champion? So I think we'd all highly agree that Terrace and Marishka are the OP champions in this faction. Right? And now you've got some really good epics here. You've got Ursula, you've got Stag Knight, you've got Archmage Helmet. I don't think you would say any of those are necessarily better than Stultus. So I think your competition here would probably be Baron and maybe Quintus. I mean, Sethalia is very good. Septimus is really good, and he's fun. Rhonda is very good, and she's got an interesting kit. Stultus is going to hit very hard, but Baron, I don't know that anybody hits. I mean, in this faction, hits as hard as Baron. I mean, this ignores 50% defense, will ignore shield and block damage buffs. He's got a crazy attack number. His multipliers are good. So I think Baron is the other one to think about. Now, here's the thing. I don't have either champion, so I'm not sure. I do have Septimus. I've run Septimus a bunch, and he's super good. He's really good. He's got a crazy attack number, too, 1674. Right? But so he's got this A1, like repeating shotgun thing that he's like, boom, boom. That's all he does. He just does that over and over again. So he kills somebody, takes a one shot, and then it goes on to the next person. So he can clear waves. It takes a little while, but it's kind of fun to watch because he just kind of throws this light from his sword and then somebody goes down in a heap and then he does it again and again. He also has this A2, which hits based on enemy max HP, and it hits very, very hard. So if you ever take Septimus into Spider Boss and you put him up against Spider Boss and you use the A2 on the Spider Boss, the HP bar just crumples. So obviously, up to stage 20. After stage 20, he becomes a little bit less effective. But you can actually do silly stuff with Septimus. I've done this before. I've manualed Spider Bosses where when it's his turn, what I'll do is, so first of all, you use the A2 on the boss. Now, you get back around to the A1, you use an A1 on a Spiderling, you one-shot it. Use it on another Spiderling, you one-shot it. Use it on another Spiderling, you one-shot it. And then all of a sudden the A2 is off cooldown because he's gotten 3 extra turns. So then you hit the boss with the HP, the max HP again. And then next turn you just come around and you just do it again, right? Because this is on cooldown. You just kill 3 Spiderlings. Boom, kill the boss. It's like you can kill the boss in like 2 or 3 shots if you do it that way. It's really fun. Yeah, he's just fun all around. He's a great champ. Really, really hard hitting champ. And then Quintus, so Quintus is the live arena reward champion. I don't know if you can get him any other way. I don't know if you can get him from a shard, but he kind of has a silly kit. So, yeah, so this can be a 3-hitter. So it's a 1-hitter that can be a 2-hitter or a 3-hitter. So he places an extra hit if the target has no buffs. And then if the attack is critical, it repeats the attack once. So I don't know if that repeats the double attack, like if it's the attack plus the extra hit. So it might even be a 4-hitter if anybody knows. I watched the video on him when he first came out, but I haven't watched one since, so I don't really remember. And I'm never going to get this guy. And then on the A2, attacks one enemy, removes all the buffs, then places decreased defense on the target for 2 turns before attacking. Can't be resisted or blocked, so accuracy doesn't matter. Damage inflicted by the skill cannot be decreased by enemy passive skills or masteries, except by the passive skills of bosses. So no extra mitigations. That includes like a Rotos, right? So damage inflicted by this skill cannot be increased by either this champion's masteries or allied passive skills, except when attacking bosses. Okay. Resets crowd favorite, and this is crowd favorite. It's an AoE with increased attack and increased crit damage on this champion for 3 turns before attacking. Resets the cooldown of Strip Away if this attack kills an enemy. So this skill resets this skill. This skill resets this skill. So you can have them up permanently as long as you're killing people. Now his passive says each of the champion skills deals additional pure damage, meaning it's unmitigated damage. The amount of pure damage dealt is equal to 10% of the target's max HP for each buff on them. So if they have buffs, he just ignores the buffs and does pure damage. Yeah, crazy. So the more buffs they have, the harder he hits. And then ally attack in arena battles by 35%. So my guess is this guy hits like a god. But I don't actually know that if I think I've only ever come up against one in arena. So I don't know enough about him. But, you know, he's relatively new to the game. So those are the competitors for Staltis's claim to third best champion in the Bannerlords faction. Definitely. He's the next best after Terras and Marishka. So we're having a debate here about who's the third best champion, and there are 4 choices, right? Or maybe 5 if you count Cephalia. Maybe 6 if you count Rhonda. But I think Staltis is better than Rhonda. I think he's probably better than Septimus too, but I do think Baron would lay claim to the third best champion in this faction. He would try anyway. Let's click some red dots. I need to get back into... I need to do some arena, I think. Oh, here we go. All right, now let's go check the other account. Oh, whoops. I was on the wrong account. You seeing this? All right, let me get in here and clear this wave. More to Macabre is a pain in my butt. So first of all, yes, we're doing Sissia. Second of all, let's actually, I think I do want Skullcrown. And then forget Mithrala. I don't think we need Mithrala right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in Arbiter. And let's bring in Lydia. And I'm going to manual this fight because I'm tired of this not auto-completing. Drop defense AoE. Now we should nuke out. We get the Skullcrown AoE. HP burn AoE. All right, this wave is dead, but this wave isn't the tough wave. This is the easy wave. Here's the double more to Macabre. All right, so let's slow them down a little bit. Is there a cleanse here on this? I forget if Skytouch Shotman has a cleanse. She has a block. Yeah. Okay, so she does. She also has a block debuffs buff. So maybe that's where I was getting in trouble. I may have to rearrange this team now that I've actually seen this floor. I understand why we're having problems. But I need some CCs to work. Revive on death and block. Yeah, okay. Let's do this instead. Let's go. So Mighty Yuko actually wouldn't be bad. And Ray wouldn't be bad. I'll keep Cardiel because he's Cardiel. Like, he's actually maybe not what I need here. All right, let's bring Ray. Let's get a Leal in here. And let's keep Arbiter. You know, let's get rid of Arbiter. Let's get Seeker instead. Or Deacon? And let's bring in Syl of the Drakes. All right, so what I'm thinking here, I'll just explain because I was just muttering to myself here. So I still want the Terminator fill in the increase attack for my 2 attack-based damage dealers. Seeker brings me a provoke though, which is better. Like I'm not gonna really want to revive. I don't need a reviver. I know I brought in Syl of the Drakes, but she's more for the heals and the AoE stun than anything else. I want Ray for a buff strip so I can maybe counter that block debuff's buff. I don't know if she's going to be enough because that is on like a 5-turn cooldown. But my hope is that I can maybe just kill the shaman and provoke everybody else that I need to. That didn't work. Or stun them with Ray. I got 2 stuns there. We also have a stun from... There we go. Now we got all 5 stuns. Okay, so let's go ahead and kill this. Oh, that did not do nearly as much damage as I expected. All right, more stuns out there. Let's just kill this Sky Touch Shaman. The thing about Sky Touch Shaman is when you have 2 of them, it's really tricky. Because one of them will eventually kill themselves, but if you have 2 of them, they keep healing each other. So we actually want to kill the Sky Touch Shamans first, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe if we can just kill out these. Or 2 Macabres. And that's what, I mean, I never remove Cardiel from any team really, but he also has that extra abilities against the demon spawn. So that's nice. Now I don't know if the last wave also has more 2 Macabre. It might. Get that fear out there. That's just another way to, oops, I didn't mean to do that. All right, so we're good here. And then we just got to do the last wave. Just one. Just one. Shouldn't be a problem. Again, we got 2 Sky Touch Shamans, though. Let's get her crowd controlled. Land a stun. We got good stuns there. We've had good luck with the stuns. There we go. Everybody's stunned. That's the way to get through Doom Tower, people. if you haven't figured it out, my method for getting past every bit of wave content is either CC him up or tank him up. I very rarely go the nuke method. I have a seer, but like the setup's annoying. I don't have a really good setup for it, and I don't have a reset champion. Without Kymar, seer is so less powerful. And so it just becomes a problem. So it's like I use CCs or I tank. Ooh, block revive. Pulled off that. I didn't even see that coming. Yeah, you get to die now, Mortu Macabre. Thank you for playing. But the AI can't beat this, and I don't can. Okay. All right. So that we got past that floor. That was more two macabre floors are annoying in Doom Tower. But yeah. All right. Now, do we have more two macabres? No, we don't. All right. So now we can go back to our other team, which is Sissia, R-tack. Actually, we'll keep Scylla the Drakes in there just to keep the team moving. Why not? Let's do that. All right. All right, now let's get back to chat. Now that we got through that floor, let's get back to chat here. All right, so I don't know. I'd rather have a Baron, says David Groby. Yeah, I think that's the competition for Staldis at number 3 is Baron. There's like 5 people that have Quintus. Yeah, probably. I think a serious contender in that faction is Stagnite. If you're talking about most valuable champions, there's a difference between most valuable and best, right? So some champions are so good at what they do that they're like unbelievable. And then some champions are just good everywhere. And Stagnite is one of those champions. He is good pretty much everywhere. There are very few places where you wouldn't consider him for a team, even at the end game. Even when you're like end game, when you think about epics at end game, there are only maybe like 20 who you really think about, you know, and like then there's maybe like another 20 who you could consider. But like the top 20, like Stagnite's in that conversation, right? Like obviously Geo is at the top of that list. Endgame Geomancer is the king of the epics. Like there's nothing even close, you know. And then you got Seer, right? And Seer is right there. She's probably number 2. And then you have things like Godseeker Neri. You know, you have other epics. Maybe I'm trying to think of who would be like top. I mean, a Kemptum, really close to the top there. You know, and you've got other champions that then are like niche champions, but important niche champions like Vogoth, right? Like Vogoth is a great champion for specific reasons, but you don't need him everywhere. But then you got, you know, Royal Guard, you've got your Husk, you've got, you know, your Demitha, your Maneater. Like those are the champions at the top, right? So, but okay. Let's see. I got some Zeal gear. How is it? How good is it? It's good. Not bad. I mean, let's see. Let's see if I can pull some up right now. I can't. Zeal gear is it's speed and is it Zeal gear? I might have missed Zeal gear in my video today. I did a video today covering every single gear set in the game, and I think I might have skipped Zeal. Might have missed it. I might have gotten it. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, but all of the Forge Pass gear is good. All of them are good. Hammerhawk says, stop listing all those epic champions I don't have. Lol. There's a Seer comp with 2x Renegade Emic Lydia. It's as fast as the Kymar variants. Sure, and I have all those champions, so I could think about it. I actually have 2 Renegades. I have Emic, I have Lydia. So thanks for the note, Shooter. I will actually check that out. I'll look for that. The Peagle. Thanks. It's been great. So just joined raid. Welcome. Oh, here it says, started my first raid account on Sunday. Your videos have been super helpful. Just wanted to say thanks. Also got my Wukong today, so grats me. Do you think it's worth booking him my only Lego? I would say that you could book him. He is worth books, but the question isn't whether or not he's worth books. It's, is it worth investing books on a legendary first week into an account? And I'm not sure that you need to worry about it. I would say wait a little bit, right? Next weekend, we have a 2x Ancient Shard event. So maybe you pull another legendary there. And sometimes some champions are more valuable with books than others. I think Wukong is a champion that gets more valuable with books, but he's not necessary to have books to be valuable, if that makes sense. He does his job really well without books, because both his A2 and his A3 can be really effective without books. So I would say it's really up to you. If you like the champion, by the way, book him out. Have fun. Like, enjoy it. You're not going to regret booking out Wukong. But if you want to hold on to your books and see what comes down the pike, that's a good option. And also, I'm glad you've enjoyed the videos. I'm glad they've been helpful. Play the Bot says, hey, Cold Red, first live stream, just found your content very interesting. Thank you. Thank you and welcome. Welcome to the stream and welcome to my channel, I suppose. Shooter is screaming 22nd per stage without Kaimar and Yumiko, Doom Tower, Breaker, Emic. Okay. That's the video title for the Renegade comp. Gotcha. It's all caps because every content creator has to put titles in all caps now. You just can't not do it. You can't put a title in regular letters anymore. Everything has to be caps. The guy does crazy stuff with Emic, all with the same build. I'm interested in that. I like Emic. I have him. I got Emic. I mean, I had started making content already, but I got Emic, and he was like the first fusion I completed, I think. No, maybe Newt was the first fusion I completed when I was making content. And since I've been making content, I haven't had chance to really experiment with my new champions. So Newt is like, he just got kind of barely built. And then I had to slap him together and figure him out. And then Emic is not built really at all. And not Staltis, but Islan is not built at all. And it's another reason why I'm thinking about passing on this fusion, because I'm like, I have no time to build out these new champions. I'm spending all my time on my free-to-play account trying to catch up to Sun, who's kicking my butt. And, you know, in the noob versus pro contest, the noob is running away with it. And I really, you know, just for my own pride, I have to catch up. So that's where most of my energy is going. But I will check out that team, because I would love to have a fast wave clear team. I don't. I built a poison explosion team because I thought it was going to work and be fun. And then it didn't really work. So back to square one. I invested so many resources in that team. I thought I was going to have a super cool video. And I was like, oh, this is fun. I've been wanting to do this for like a year. I've had this champion. And then it just fell flat. And that hurts worse than anything I've done since the channel started. It really does. Newt is 50% of my endgame team comps. In my opinion, best fusion raid ever did. Yeah. That's a legit opinion. I would say I look at it differently. I can totally see your point, and I won't fight the point. Like, I think he is a fantastic fusion, and he changes endgame for anybody who has him. But the best fusion I think they ever did was Helikath. They gave an unkillable composition available to everybody, and they gave a champion that can be used in like 90% of the content in raid to everybody. And it was a champion that we didn't have. Right? It was like no way to get that champion, really. He didn't exist in the game prior to that. Newt is really good. He's really good. And I could see an argument for him being the best fusion that's ever been done. Because in terms of power, just in terms of sheer ability to do damage, he is one of the top maybe 3 champions in the game. But I think Helikath changed more accounts than Newt does. And I think the change was more drastic for Helikath than it has been for Newt. I think there are some other contenders out there, but I think Helikath is the best fusion they've ever done. Pythion's close. He's a contender. Mighty Uko's a contender. I didn't do any of the first year's fusions, so I can't really speak to the early fusions. But since I've been doing fusions, I don't think there's any champion that comes close to the overall impact of Helicath. But Newt is phenomenal. And I could see somebody who's like at endgame thinking Newt's a lot more valuable than Helicath, like by the time you get there. But from a progression standpoint, I'm not sure if that's true. Now, I don't know because I don't have Newt on a progression account, and he might also transform a progression account in amazing ways. But in a perfect unkillable champion, I mean, Helicath is the perfect champion for an unkillable team clan composition, right? Clan boss composition. He's got a weaken on his A1. He's got built-in counter attacks, so more damage, right? He's got a 2-turn block damage on a 4-turn cooldown, which makes him super easy to speed tune, right? And then he's even got an AoE shield that hits really hard. You can use him in wave content. You can use him in the arena. He can be a defensive-based arena nuker in the same speed tune that you put him in clan boss. The easiest to build champion that you could imagine in terms of getting all the value possible out of one build. And he's Helicath, and he looks super he looks super cool. So I don't know if you can beat Helicath. I don't know. But I respect the opinion. I would never say Newt's not. He's definitely one of the top 3. You know, I don't think anybody would have him at, you know, at number 4 or 5. So wasn't Demitha around by then already? I don't know. I think she was. I think she came out before Helicath. Yeah. But Demitha is way harder to speed tune. She's so much harder to speed tune. Like, to reach the speeds for a mid-game account. I mean, Helicath is easier to speed tune into an unkillable than Maneater is. Like, even the Maneater Painkeeper like requirements are more annoying. And you pick any Helicath speed tune you want. And he also works at like 50 different speeds. You can run him as slow as like 192 and as fast as like 288 or something like that. He works everywhere. He's crazy. I mean, obviously, you can also use Roshkard the Tower, but Roshkard's kit isn't nearly as good as Helicath's. Emic, Rotos, and Brogni are the only ones who come close. Yeah, I think those are all 3 very, very good, very strong fusions. I'm not sure where Emic lands yet. Because I think Pythion and Uko are both really, really good champions. And I think I might think that overall they're better free-to-play champions than Emic is. I'm not 100% sure. You got a 6-star soul on your Newt. Yeah, I think maybe you're a little biased. Yeah, Newt hits that hard. He does. 1 shot, Spider 20 without a setup. Yep. I'm pro enough to beat Cole. Sun is talking trash. My victory will be absolute. I'm not even paying attention to Sun here. Sun's in here talking trash. What are you doing? You messing with me? All right. All right. I'm closing in on level 50 finally. I'm going to try to get just a few more scrolls on, and a few more levels on my Frozen Banshee, and then I'm going to get her into Clan Boss, and we'll see what kind of damage she does. I want a 1 key hard, and I need a few more million to do that. So realistically, I need her level 6. I need her 6 stars. But I'm not going to have her masteries today, so I don't know that I can do it today anyway. Like, it's going to take me probably a week to get her masteries. I'm still getting masteries on everybody else too, so I have been behind on my masteries, but there's so much stuff going on in the game where it's like I'm constantly just, I need to do this. Oh, now I need to do this. Now I haven't had a moment to sit and just do masteries for 3 days, which is what I need. So I'm hoping that after I collect the first few champions in this fusion, and I don't care about the rest of the fusion that much, because I'll care about the champion chase. I'll eventually get there. But I'm not doing any of the dungeon divers. Like, screw that. I'm doing the first champion training. I might do the first dungeon divers because if I can get the dragon done, then I could potentially also do the ice golem. I think it is the second one. But I hate ice golem. I don't really care. The only sets in there that I want are retaliation and probably that's the only one I want right now is retaliation. I can't think of another set in there that I care about that much right now. There are some other good ones in there, like stalwart stuff, but yeah, so we'll see. So once I kind of get all of my copies, once I start working towards my Malkith, I'll be like, all right, now maybe in the middle of this fusion, I can spend 3 or 4 days, just get into Minotaur's Labyrinth and run that over and over again. Maybe not. The other thing is I'm out of energy. I've used up like all my free sources of energy, so now I'm actually dipping into gems. I used like 200 gems yesterday on energy. I don't normally do that, but Sun is just so far ahead of me. I'm like, I need to use my gems, I think. I need to use my gems. What I want to try to do, if I can, is if I could get Deacon to 6-star this week. So get Banshee to 6-star today. And then like by Wednesday, let's say, have Deacon at 6-star. And then I'll have my entire clan boss team at 6-star, except for Wukong. And that'll leave me one, maybe like I'll get some chickens farmed up. And that'll leave me one new 6-star for after the shard event, because we're going to be pulling shards next week. And I'm feeling like we're going to get something. Like, I think we're each going to get something. I think we're each going to get a legendary. I don't know that it's going to be a great legendary, but I think Sun's going to get a good legendary, and I'm going to get a passable one probably. But yeah, he's going to land somebody. I don't think he's going to land Bad Alcazar. I think he's going to, I'm trying to think of who he's going to land. He's going to land somebody. It's going to be somebody good too. Speaking of, if he lands a Helicath, that would be insane if he landed a Helicath. But the epic, if I want an epic right now, I think I want Seeker. Because all of a sudden that opens up all sorts of things to get a Seeker. There's some other good, there are a ton of good epics, but at this point in the game, I need an arena nuker. And then just some utility champs, maybe a tank. I think it'd be really funny if he pulled Islan, Strategos Islan. Because he didn't have enough to do the fusion, but it would have been a perfect champion for his account. So that would have been cool for him. All right, I'm gonna look at my Frozen Banshee right now. Let's see how we doing. That's what I want. I could also glyph her out, I suppose. That would work. We'll probably pick up another 10 speed. And I've got decent accuracy. You're watching that. I'm on my other account right now. Yeah. All right. I've got some energy sources here. Still got to get in there. Do more arena though. I am stalling. I'm starting to stall out on arena. It's hard. Gold 1 is pretty tricky at this point for me. Tag team arena is not too bad. I want to check the channel. Does anybody know if our video went up today yet? I wanted to get it up, but it was a long video. It took a while. Tell us champs you find so annoying to defeat, and some champs, if you miss, they will one-shot you. Champs I find annoying to defeat? I don't know that there's anybody more annoying than Ultimate Death Knight. There are a lot of solutions to him. He's not like the most difficult to defeat, but he's just annoying. There are other champions. Rotos is annoying because he's got that passive that lets you only take 50% of his health. Duchess is highly annoying because she's super survivable and like she comes back around, gets the AoE revive on everybody, gets the block buffs, block debuffs buff up. So she's tough. Anybody in Stone Skin is annoying, especially somebody who's built in Stone Skin to go really slow. I hate that idea. Like that tactic is fine. It makes sense. I'm not telling people not to do it. I'm just saying I hate it. I hate it. You know, you can hate things. I hate that thing. Yeah. Play the Bot says miss Newt by 100 points on the 3rd Dungeon Divers event. Fell asleep. I've done that. I've done that exact thing. I missed out on Demitha by 5 fragments. She was a fragment champion. I had 95 fragments. And I had her for a year and a half, and I didn't pull her from a shard. And the only time I actually got her, I had to go and pull her during a guaranteed champion event. I had to use 25 void shards or whatever it was, which is well worth it, by the way. 25 is a good number. 40 is ridiculous. But I only had, I think I had more than 25. I think I had like 30 something at that point. This was, 2 years into my account. But yeah, I did the same thing. I think if I remember correctly, Demitha happened during a change in the time, around this time of year where they changed the clocks. And I think the clocks got changed like on that day or the day before, the day after. And so I miscalculated by an hour. And I thought I had an extra hour to complete an event, and I didn't. And that's why I missed Demitha. So I feel your pain. Tobias, hello. Hey, Colred, what progress mission is your free-to-play account at? Missions give a lot of gems, etc. Right. They do at certain points. We just finished up here. Let me see. That was good. Let's keep going. Get this boss. That boss is nice and easy. Let's do this. Okay. So what am I at in terms of Arbiter missions? This is where I am on the Arbiter missions. I need to get 4 rank 6 champions. I have the food. I just need to get Frozen Banshee to level 50. She's currently like level 32 or 33 or something. Once I get past that, Superior Void Potions, that opens up tomorrow. So it opens up in like 4 hours. And then unlock 3 tier 4 masteries for 4 champions. Shouldn't be too tough. That'll actually get me back into Minotaur's Labyrinth, which will be useful. And then Fire's Night shouldn't be hard. Upgrade 4 champions to level 60. That'll just take a couple of days. The banner might be a little bit annoying from Spider's Den because it just takes a while to drop a banner. Demon Lord is no problem. And then Fuse Relic Keeper, I've already got all the champions, and I've already got them at level 40. So I should complete all of these missions. As soon as I get my next 6-star champion, literally all of these missions just fall in line because the Void Keep opens tomorrow, and so then I can just cruise through. So in terms of gems, looks like 30 gems and then 200 gems. So 230 gems before I hit the end here. So that will give me some gems for whatever purpose I need them for. All right. What is your top 5 set to go for? Dark the Enigma. What are my top 5 sets? That's easy. That's actually not hard at all. Speed and Perception. That's 1 and 2. It's like 1A and 1 and 1A. Speed and Perception. Definitely. Regeneration. That's 3. Savage. That's 4. What's number 5? Guardian, probably. I mean, a Guardian should come before Regeneration, except Regeneration is just easier to farm. So Guardian, probably. Or Dark Fae one. Maybe. But as far as like non-Doom Tower ones, like Perception, Speed, Regen, Savage. That's it. I think those 4 sets you could put on 95% of your champion. I don't know that you need a whole lot else. I mean, every set's useful in certain cases. I like Retaliation, by the way. I think Retaliation is cool, and I used to hate Retaliation, and I sold all my like god tier pieces because I just got fed up with the set. Because I'm like, as a 4-piece set, it's just not worth it. And now it's a 2-piece set, and I don't have any of my gear anymore because I sold it all. So I'm upset. Yeah. Mario says, one of you are going to pull Rorik. I'm calling it. Could be. Dreist, hello, I'm a new player. I pulled Apothecary today. Should I 5-star him or get a 6-star first? Dreist, you should get a 6-star first. You should get your 6-star starter champion. That is absolutely the goal, is to get your first 6-star champion. So it's either got to be your starter champion or it's got to be somebody who's equally good and cheap, because your first 6-star should be fully booked, fully masteried as quickly as you can get, because that becomes your carry. That champion carries all of your progress for the first month of the game, and every other champion is built off the back of that first 6-star. So Apothecary is phenomenal. Congratulations on the pull. And he could certainly be your next 6-star. He could be your second 6-star or your third 6-star. There's no reason why he can't be. He'll work really well with Deacon Armstrong. I hope you've gotten your Deacon Armstrong. If not, use the promo code SUPERPOWERS and get your Deacon Armstrong. But yeah, Apothecary is extremely good, but I would not run him to 5 stars at the expense of getting your first 6-star. Get your first 6-star. Absolutely. I think I'm going to wait. Mortimus Maximus says, I think I'm going to wait to pull shards during a guaranteed event. What do you think? Free to play 31 days in. I'm not sure which shards you're talking about. For a free to play champion, I'm sorry, for a free to play account, you want to pull sacred shards only during 2x events. You want to pull void shards only during 2x events. And you probably want to pull ancient shards only during 2x events for like the first 6 months. After the 6-month mark, depending on what champions you have, depending what your progress looks like, you can start thinking about saving those shards for things like fusions. Now, if you really like fusions, you could potentially start doing fusions at 2 or 3 months into the game. You could try that. It's tricky, but it can be done. But I would say you're going to get more value out of your shards pulling them during 2x events than anywhere else. And then for the life of your account, pull void shards during 2x events only if you're a free-to-play player. With the one exception that if there's like a guaranteed champion thing or an extra champion, if they do it for voids, they don't really do it for voids. And you know you're in your mercy, you could then do that. But you need 200 voids to get into mercy, so that's not likely to happen, right? So I would say voids only during 2x events. Sacreds are the one that they're actually the one I throw away the most. They're the ones I use for fusions. They're the ones I use for like extra 1+1, whatever. Like I don't only pull during 2x events anymore because I have all the legendaries I need, honestly, right? What I need is void legendaries. And yes, I could use a Duchess. Yes, I could use a Kymar. I could use a Kyoku. I could use a Corvus. I could use, there are legendaries out there I could get value out of, so a 2x chance doesn't hurt me. But when I do a fusion and it's a guaranteed champion event, that's a good investment for sacred shards. Ancient shards are whatever. I use them for whatever I want now. Sometimes I pull them during CVC to get an extra 100,000 points. Sometimes I hold them for guaranteed champions. Sometimes I use them during 2x events. Sometimes I use them during fusions. Sometimes I use them to get legendary tomes during a champion chase. So, yeah, you can do whatever you want. But for an early game account, 2x events. 2x events. We got a lot of talk about champions here. Ed Colrad, Andrissia counters Stoneskin better than Madame Saris. Fair enough. My Madame has 700 accuracy and it's still RNG if she strips Stoneskin. How does Andrissia do the job better? That's my question. Oh, I just got a Sacred Shard. Nice. Doom Tower Sacred Shard. So I don't know Andrissia that well. have her. I've looked at her, but I don't know how she counters Stone Skin. Let me look at this champion here. I keep forgetting she's high elves. I always look in the Sacred Order for her, but she's high elf. All right, so let's look at Andrisia. Let's go ahead and pull this over here so you know what I'm looking at. This is Andrisia. Stun. What am I missing? Attacks one enemy has a 40% chance of placing decreased crit damage. Has a 100% chance of placing a stun if the target does not have any active buffs. Places the stun for 2 turns if the target does have any active buffs. Attacks all enemies has a 100% chance of decreasing the duration of all enemy buffs by 2 turns. So you decrease the duration of Stone Skin? And that's not considered a removal, so this is just 100% chance? Is that what you're talking about? As far as guaranteed champion events are concerned, the only, if you're free to play, the only guaranteed champion events you're concerned about are from Sacred Shards, for the most part. You could also go for some Ancient Shard ones, but I don't worry about Void Shard guaranteed champions. I never think about them. I don't save them. Every 6 weeks, I pull every single Void Shard I have during a 2x event. I've gotten one guaranteed champion from Void Shards, and that was Demitha. She was 25 Void Shards, and I just happened to have them. I don't save them for those champions. I don't think that's a good exchange. Pulling 40 Void Shards for a Seer, let's say, right? What you're giving away there versus a 2x event, let's say. So your expected return is 20% of a legendary and 3.2 epics. So you're giving away 20% of a legendary and 3.2 epics. That's what you're giving away for a Seer. At 40 Void Shards. Yeah, I don't know that that's a great return. And I don't know if it's 40 Void Shards, by the way. It could have been more. It could have been 60 or 80 or 100. I have no idea what the number was. She's maybe worth it. Maybe Seer is worth it. But most champions are not. Right? I can think of maybe 3 Void Epics that might be worth 40 shards, and Seer would be one of them. But when do you get to 40 shards? I never get to 40 shards in 6 weeks. I've never gotten to 40 shards in 6 weeks. I've tried. I've capped out at like 36 or 37. I've never gotten to 40. So at what point I would have to deliberately skip a 2x event? You know, and like the Void legendaries are so good that even trading away a 1/5 of a Void legendary, when you think about it, like getting to Krisk 3 months sooner and not having a Seer, I don't know. I would probably do it. Okay. Proc's more accurate than stripping Stone Skin. Gotcha. I think at 25, I agree, Mario. At 25, it becomes much more reasonable to go for guaranteed voids. Void epics, rather. Yeah. All right, back to Andrisia here. Yeah, so I mean, the guaranteed champions, I've gotten, let's see, I've gotten Goffred off of a guaranteed Lego event, a sacred event. I got Rogash off of a guaranteed event. I got Demitha off of a guaranteed void event. I can't think of too many other guaranteed events I've done. I'm on the account. I could take a look. Now, some of the champions I have were available during guaranteed events, but I didn't get them during that time. So, like, Sissia was guaranteed at some point, I think. But I either already had her or I didn't pull for her and I got her later. But I got the Regash off of the guaranteed event. And that was the first guaranteed event I ever did with Sacreds. Pretty sure that was with Sacreds. And that was well worth it. He is amazing. And then... who did I say before? I don't even remember. Demitha? And, oh, Goffred. This guy. I got this guy off of a guaranteed event. And I did it primarily to get my Lydia, because I was down to 3 crypts. I had 3 faction crypts left. I had Dwarves, Shadowkin, and Undead left. Those were my last 3. And I was so far away on Dwarves. I was at like 30 stars or 36 stars. I had nothing going on in this faction. And so I went after him deliberately. It was my first legendary in the faction. And then like a week or 2 later, I pulled Trunda. And so I put him in Trunda and whoever else I had and ran the faction like that. It was over instantly. In fact, he got me like 20 stars, I think, before I even got Trunda. And then I got Trunda and just ended it. So he was fine. And he was at 5 stars. He's still at 5 stars. This is a good champion, by the way. This is a good champion. If you don't know this guy, he's got a legitimate kit. A1 hits twice, decreased defense. And then the second hit has a chance to place and provoke. It's an okay A1. But his A2 is very nice. It is a 100% AoE stun on a 3-turn cooldown. So same as Regash. Very good. And he's Magic Affinity, where Regash is Spirit Affinity. Then you have this A3, which increases defense on all allies, and then removes any decreased defense and weaken from all allies. I wish this was a hit. It's a little bit of a weak sauce skill. It is on a 3-turn cooldown, up for 2 turns. It's a mini buff debuff removal. But as far as, just having a champion with increased defense, it's pretty solid. And then his passive isn't bad. Whenever an ally is attacked while under a block damage buff placed by this champion, has a 100% chance of placing a stun debuff on the attacker. And this passive is really cool. If an ally is about to get killed by a fatal hit, blocks incoming damage and places a block damage buff on them for 1 turn, makes them usable everywhere, including arena. Because you could just literally put him on your arena team, and it means that your nuker can't get killed for at least 1 turn, right? Plus then the block damage for 1 additional turn. So it actually protects him for 2 turns. Pretty solid. But yeah, good champion. What's going on here? Doom Tower secret room? Probably. Can I do this secret room? Epic Spirit champions only. I could probably do this room. We got 2 speeders. I don't really have a damage dealer. I have a 5-star Magnus, but we could potentially just do this. See if that works. I'm getting all my scrolls on a Deacon Armstrong right now. I'm trying to get him on Frozen Banshee, and Deacon Armstrong is taking all my scrolls. Godfrey was during a 2 times right. He might have been. He might have been. I don't remember. $41 watching, and I am back. He is back. We've had a peak of, let's see, we got to 54. We got to 55 today for a surprise stream. That's not bad. But yeah. So I don't know what's going on with Sun. I don't know if our new video is up yet. It was a very long video. It's close to an hour. So it was still rendering. But no, it's up. It's been up for an hour, actually. It's a good one. people should go watch it. It always irritates me when I do a topic that I think like people will really want, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I think everybody's gonna love this topic. This is a topic people have asked for. This is a topic I think these my viewers want." And then I put it out there, and then it's like those 300 views in the first 12 hours. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? Come on, let's get those views out there. Let's get those views out there.
Heard you were talking about me.
Yeah, I've been talking about you.
Yeah.
Why are you so quiet?
Nah, I just, and you're really loud. I don't know what it is.
Am I really loud?
You down.
Am I loud in Discord? Am I loud in the stream, or am I loud in both?
Just in Discord.
Just in Discord? Okay. So yeah, I'll just turn up my volume. It's probably just my volume.
Video's been up. I just starving, man. I had to stuff my face.
All right. Were you gonna come join us on stream, or are you just gonna sit in the shadows and shout comments from the darkness at me?
Oh yeah, I mean that's best part of my day. The devil on your shoulder, man. You'll never beat son.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
I'm doing pretty well at this secret room right now. It seems like I'm doing okay. If I ever have a team where it's like a secret room or something, or somebody's just like, all right, you're struggling with a Doom Tower wave or whatever, it's like, and you start problem solving the composition, and you're like, what goes into the composition to make it work? If Deacon is available, I'm just like, just throw Deacon on the team. Just put Deacon on the team. See what happens. Like, who do you want to put around Deacon? I don't care. Anybody. Just and if that composition doesn't work, take everybody off the team except Deacon, and then put a bunch of other people around Deacon. See what happens. I mean, look at this team composition is just fine. And just crushing.
There you go. I'll come join the people.
Okay. My wife didn't realize I was live streaming, so she's just saying hello. Playing with the pup.
My wife?
I took her out. Yeah. She didn't do anything, though, so she could probably go out again. She's being very distractible these days. She goes outside and she just wants to it's pouring rain every day. We go outside. She just wants to run in the puddles and jump in the mud and dig for stuff. And I'm like, I'm taking you out here so you can do your potty. She's like, no, I don't want to do it. So we hang out for 20 minutes. I take her back inside. And then an hour later, she's like, I need to go out. I'm like, all right, let's go out. And then she's like, I was faking. I just wanted to play. I'm like, you come on.
She's a little cutie patootie, though.
She is. She's very cute. We just lost 7 concurrent viewers in the last 5 minutes because I was talking to my wife about my dog.
Either that or it was me.
Or you did it. It's your fault.
I did it.
2 times versus 10 times. Are you talking about get one, get second one for free event? Is that a 2 times event? No, a 2 times event is literally you double the chances of getting a legendary and an epic from a shard. So 2 times ancient shard event is twice the chances. Like the drop rates change. Those are what 2 times events are. I like the video because I'm even nervous on what sets to put my champs in. Yeah, that's why I made the video. I've made a lot of videos about gearing at this point. It's one of my favorite topics and one of the topics I think gets the most. It's like I literally do a gearing video and then 2 weeks later I'll do a gearing video and then 3 days later somebody will ask me, hey, can you do a gearing video? I'm like, I do nothing but gearing videos. I mean, it's not true. I cover a lot of topics, but we do a lot of gearing videos. What's going on? I need to get back into my account here. Okay, I got 229 energy here. What do I need from this? You know what? I'm just going to send them back into here. Let's get some more of these. Okay. And now let's switch over to this. Look at Runekeeper Dazdirk soloing Minotaur. How stupidly good is this champion? I'm not kidding. Look, he's been doing it for 6 minutes. He is going to solo Minotaur. How stupid is that? Deacon Armstrong could not solo Minotaur. There's no way. I mean, if you had him in a regen set, I'm sure he could. But like RKD is just like, I got it. Whatever. Everybody's dead. I don't care. I don't have a revive, but I have more heals than anybody has a right to expect. And I actually hit really hard. He's giving himself increased attack, and he's a defensive-based champion. And he's still smacking the heck out of Minotaur. That cracks me up. That cracks me up. He's wasting a turn. It's like, no, I'm giving myself turn meter. You're using 100% turn meter to give yourself 25% turn meter? That's a great idea, RKD. And he was like, I don't need those turns. I don't need those turns at all.
How few cares were given.
He's like, I literally only attack every third turn. It only took me 6.5 minutes. 6 minutes, 42 seconds. I soloed Minotaur. This is stupidly good support. Have I mentioned how much I like this champion?
A little bit. Here and there.
Are you going to jump in the stream or not? Are you going to hang out?
I'm already here. I'm waiting on you.
Are you streaming?
Yeah.
All right. Huh.
Right.
I don't see the... No, that's not it. What's going on? What is going on? Why are you not here? What room are you in?
I'm in the same room as you, coaching.
Yeah, it's not coming up. I can't stream the room. That's really weird. Oh, I know what it is. Let me go over here. I'm not actually in the room. Like, I'm in the room, but I was looking at a different page. Okay, so that should fix it. Hopefully.
Look at you go.
No, still didn't fix it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, now you popped up for some reason. That's really weird. I'm in the rules room right now for some reason. There we go. Finally. I don't know if it was Discord being slow or OBS being slow, but it wasn't working. How you doing today, son?
Doing all right.
How was that edit? Was that a painful edit?
I mean, it was lengthy. It was lengthy.
It's a long edit.
But that's all right. No, it was good. It was good info for me too. Because I sometimes sit there looking at sets going, do I bother to keep this?
Right.
I mean, I kind of have an idea now of what kinds of stats and stuff like that I want, but hey, good info to have.
Yeah, it's funny because sometimes when I make a video, I think about you editing the video, and I'm like, son is kicking my butt. Maybe I should make a video on a topic that's not going to help him. Maybe I should do it. Maybe I should do a topic that's bad for son today. It's like, because he's going to edit it. It's going to take him an extra half an hour to edit it because he's going to be taking notes.
Okay.
But no. No, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I just got to get the people to enjoy it.
We can't get the people to enjoy it. They either do or they don't. There's no...
Nah, we make them.
There's no enjoy.
You hit the like button and you're out of here.
There's do or do not. Kind of some weird Yoda thing.
There's no try.
Yeah, you can try. You can try. There's plenty of try. There's a lot of try going on right now. Okay.
Trying real hard.
There's do or do not. Then shut up. I'm trying. There's effort. I'm a YouTube tryhard right now. That's what I am. But what was I talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, making people like the video. You can't make the people like the video. And the crazy thing is when people do like the video, you can't make it become more popular, right? You get a good thumbnail, you get a good title, you get a good click-through rate, and there's still sort of a cap that's happening. And like we're slowly growing our subscriber base, which is really nice. Thank you all for joining us, coming to our stream, having fun. Like we're growing the community, the Discord communities. We're over 300 people, I think, or 400 people now or something in the Discord community.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
It's getting big. You know, we've got the clans going. We've got people who are asking to get into clans that we don't even have space for yet. So we're trying to create new clans. So it's like the community is growing. The groundswell is growing a little bit, but the videos aren't getting any more views than they were getting a month ago, which is frustrating and concerning, and that's why I'm trying so hard. Like, what can we do? What can we do to push the videos more? What can we do to get them out there? I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is, but I'm looking for it, and I'll find it, or you'll find it, or we'll find it.
We'll find it.
We'll find it. We'll figure it out. I mean, I think we've got parts of the formula, right? We're consistent. We try to put out a video every day. We focus on high quality content. I think the videos are high quality. Like I put a lot of effort and thought into the topics, try to present topics that are worth it for the viewers, try to create a video that's got a good presentation style that presents a lot of information clearly. I'm not super concise necessarily. Like I'm not a short-winded person. Like I always go for more if I can in terms of descriptions and explanations, but I'm trying to learn to be as concise as possible. I think in this video that we did today, like, you know, there are 50 gear sets. I don't know how many gear sets there are in the game. I covered every single gear set in the game. I don't think I spent more than 2 minutes on any one gear set. Maybe one or two. I've got to like 2.5 minutes. So I was pretty concise. It's just that there's so many of them that you can't do a video that's less than an hour. Like there's no way to do it. You know, and despite all of the material that we've covered, there's still more material out there I haven't covered yet. And despite my jokes about making, you know, I'm constantly covering gearing, like I've approached every one of those gearing videos from a different angle that's provided new information. So I haven't been like repeating topics, and we've been doing this for 3 months now.
Yeah, coming up on it.
No, we just passed the 3-month mark in terms of our first video. Although realistically, it was basically like 3 weeks after that we really started this deal. So it's been somewhere around 10 weeks, I think, that we've been hammering at it. But it's been past 3 months of our first video. All right, let me, what do I need to do? I need to get energy.
I don't know if it feels like it's been longer or less.
Right? Time has lost all meaning.
It's gone.
It's completely gone.
There's no meaning at all to that. Like 10 weeks? That either feels like an extremely long period of time, or it flew by in a blur.
Yeah. No, time literally has no meaning for either one of us at this point, I don't think.
Yeah.
Because it is the kind of thing where it's like, every day I get up and I'm like, what's the video today? Right? And then every afternoon I'm like, I gotta work. And then every evening I'm like, all right, I gotta play raid. And then every night I'm like, okay, I've got to finish stuff off and figure out the next day's video. And all of those phases of my day, I'm constantly checking in with you. I'm like, hey son, what's going on with this thing?
We're constantly
going. Or you're, like, I'll be doing something, I'll be concentrating, and then you'll buzz in my ear and you'll be like, hey, did you think about it? I'm like, oh shit. It's like, I'm doing all of these things plus trying to, be married and have a dog and family stuff and like go to PT and do all these other things. And it's like, yeah, I have no minutes to spare. The only minutes I have to spare are the minutes I should be sleeping. And so I'm not sleeping, and instead I'm doing other stuff. So when you think about 10 weeks, it's like, well, imagine working every day for 10 weeks straight and working 15-hour days. That's what it feels like. So it doesn't feel like 10 weeks. It feels like 10 months. But at the same time, you're like, we went from like 4 months ago, we weren't doing YouTube. Like 4 months ago, it was just an idea. And I hadn't even shared it with you yet. 4 months ago, I was like, I'm thinking to myself, I might want to do this thing. And then somewhere 3.5 months ago, I was like, do you want to do this thing with me? And you were like, yeah, that might be a thing to do. You know, so to think of how different life can be in just a short span, it's it's drastically different. Anyway, let me get back to chat. Mr. Fudan's said like 50 things, and I've only responded to 2.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get us to undress at this point.
He's just trying to...
Hey, you know, for the right number of views, maybe I'll think about it.
Sex sells. Put on some makeup, wear a bikini. Lord Lycan says, is old school Infinity teams work both Hydra and Clan Boss? Yeah. I mean, the concept works. Speed tuning for Hydra is not really possible. So you can create a tune that works and gets there, but you have to adapt, you have to re-roll, you have to, or, you know, redo your keys and stuff like that. You got 48 million on normal Clan Boss, 1 key. That's nice. That's overkill, but that's nice. Oops, I lied. He helped me get 68 million on normal Clan Boss, 1 key. That's even better, but also way, way overkill. If you got 68 million on Nightmare, that would be fantastic. But I'm glad you're increasing your damage. That's good.
I'm going to beat this boss today.
Flirt with the viewers more. Okay. What's an Infinity team? So an Infinity team is a speed tune. Bleh. So yeah, I forget the original Infinity team, and it's not a term I've heard in a while, but if I remember correctly, an old school Infinity team is a team that's a killable speed tune that basically just goes on forever, doesn't die, and keeps ramping up. So the whatchamacallit, the cadaver, what's it called? Why am I blanking out on this? Let me see. I can find it. Corpulent cadaver. I think that technically qualifies as an Infinity team, but maybe not. It requires buff extensions, right? So like you never run out of buffs. I think that's what it requires. So Corpulent Cadaver is a type of Infinity team. So the way that this guy works is he does additional damage if a champion is under a shield buff. So if he's under a shield buff, he hits harder, right? And his damage is equal to 30% of the value of the shield. So the bigger the shield, the harder he hits. Now, what you do is you get him, and then you go and you get yourself a Brogni, Underpriest Brogni, who is down here. No, sorry. Yeah, there he is. Underpriest Brogni is down here. Now, Underpriest Brogni increases the value of shield buffs on all allies by 30% for the damage inflicted. So every time he uses his A2, he grows the shield. Now remember, Corpulent Cadaver is doing damage based on a percentage of the shield total. So as the shield gets bigger, Corpulent Cadaver's A1 hits harder. But a shield buff has a duration, and that duration will eventually come off. You take enough turns and it just falls off. However, if you get enough buff extenders where they are extending the buffs faster than they're falling off, you could create an infinitely durable shield. Like, it has infinite duration, so it will never come down. So every time you get back around to this ability on Brogni, he grows the shield larger, and then whatever his name is, Corpulent Cadaver, hits harder. You extend the buffs again, you do it again, grow it again, he hits harder, you grow it again, he hits harder. And you can last the entire duration of the clan boss fight, which is a maximum of 1,500 turns. So, it's, I think that's an Infinity team, is when you have infinite buffs that never drop. Now, the old school Infinity team didn't use Brogni and Corpulent Cadaver, it just used buffs to stay up. So you want Ally Protect, Increased Defense, Strengthen, and all of those, just to have them up 100% of the time, to make yourselves like virtually unkillable. Like, you're so tanky that you just basically stay alive for 200 or 300 turns. So that was the old school Infinity team. But the current like world record clan boss Infinity team is based around this under Priest Brogni shield growth thing, and Corpulent Cadaver hitting as hard as. I was just blocking all of that. I didn't even notice that I had you blocking that. If this was a video, I'd have to reshoot the whole thing. But since it was live, you guys just have to deal with it. Sorry. Sorry about that. My bad. Yeah, I should remember. About that. Old school meaning no Yumiko. Yeah, so I mean, there are definitely a bunch of champions that can extend, and there are different ways you can use these combinations of champions. So, for instance, let's say, I mean, who's a buff extender? We actually have one here. Demyth is a buff extender, right? Where is she? Increases duration of all ally buffs for 1 turn. So forget her block damage for a second. And again, let me get you out of it. Okay. So her A2 increases duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn, and then decreases duration of all ally debuffs by 1 turn. Who cares about the debuffs? We don't care about the debuffs. We care about the buffs. So you extend all of the buffs by 1 turn. So imagine you had 2 of these champions. So you could extend the buffs by 2 turns, right? Now the buffs go up for, say 2 turns. You have this on a 3-turn cooldown. You extend it 2 turns. That basically makes it a 4-turn buff. And then you can get back around to this every 3 turns, and you just keep extending it that way. But like, eventually it'll catch up to you. Unless you have 3 of these, you can't keep it up for 3 turns, right? You need three extensions to get a 3-turn infinite cooldown. But if you have a Painkeeper who reduces the cooldowns, then you can get this down to a 2-turn cooldown. And you can get the other champion, like if you had a second Demytha, that champion also down to a 2-turn cooldown. So the better way is once you get to 2 buff extenders, you don't want a 3rd buff extender. You'd rather have a cooldown champion. Or you can go with 1 cooldown champion if you can come back around to it, or you could have 2 cooldown champions if you can get back around to it fast enough. So you could have 2 Painkeepers and 1 Demytha, and that would actually get this down to a 1-turn cooldown. And then it's just permanent buff extension. So there are a lot of different champions that do it. Now, Yumiko's the best one because she has a 3-turn reduction on a 5-turn cooldown. So yeah, so this decreases the cooldown of all ally skills by 3 turns and increases the cooldown of all. And you don't care about but okay. So this is not a buff extension. This is a cooldown reduction. So this would turn Demytha's buff extension or buffs or whatever into a 1-turn cooldown, right? It would just happen every turn. However, this is on a 5-turn cooldown. So if you have 2 Yumikos, this is what people run. This is when you are a super Kraken, or you just get lucky and you're a whale. You pull 2 Yumikos and you build them both. And it says will not decrease the cooldowns of this champion's skills. But what it means is you're not reducing the 5-turn cooldown down to 2 turns. You can't do that. That's ridiculous. But you can reduce the cooldown of another Yumiko. So if you have 2 Yumikos, one goes, it's on a 5-turn cooldown. The other one reduces that by 3, turning it into a 2-turn cooldown. And then you do that back and forth, and you basically have permanent cooldown reduction for everybody. And so everybody's cooldowns are basically going to be at 1 turn. That means Brogni extends the shields every single time. That means Corpulent Cadaver, who's doing his A1, hits every time. And then the last champion is usually the buff extender, which they extend the buff by 1 turn every single turn. So it's infinite. And that's the best version of that combo, I guess. That's what I've heard. I'm a free-to-play player. This is like light years beyond what I'll ever do. And if I ever pull the Yumiko, I'd be super happy about it. But I don't think I would instantly just try to build like an infinite team. I might. I have Brogni and I have Corpulent Cadaver. I might do it anyway. I just might do it. Maybe I should do it. I have a Renegade.
It sounds like fun.
I don't have a Kymar. I don't know how to build one. I'm sure I could figure it out. If it's possible to build it, I might have the champions to do it. I've got Emic. I've got Painkeepers. I've got Renegades. I don't have Yumiko or Kymar, and I don't know if you can do it without Yumiko or Kymar. But I might be able to. But you need it. So you need a buff extender and cooldown reduction. Now, Renegade can get down to a 5-turn cooldown on a 2-turn reduction. And if you had 2 of those, that would be 3 turns. I don't think that's fast. I don't know if you can do it without a Kymar or a Yumiko. Emic also grows shields, though, right? Like, so I think if you could do it with a cooldown reduction, you would use Emic and you would get extra shield growth out of it as well. So for Demon Lord, you usually need a Krisk. Cooldown reduction skills are very cool, and they empower some of the coolest teams in the game. They're also just a great way to solve certain problems like speed tuning, and cooldown issues. So if you have a Man-Eater, the Man-Eater gives you that unkillable buff, and that's great for Clan Boss. I keep switching back here. So Man-Eater. So this is how the very first unkillable composition came together, right? So you have Man-Eater, and Man-Eater has this unkillable buff that's on a 5-turn cooldown when you book it out. So for 2 turns, you can't die out of 5 turns. So if you have another Man-Eater, right? If you have 2 Man-Eaters, you would have 4 turns of unkillable buff for every 5 turns. Now you can speed tune that so that if you're going faster than the clan boss, you get around to that buff faster. And then if you have 2 of them, they just swap off the buff and you will be fully covered for every turn that the clan boss goes. That's great. But then somebody realized, well, if you just have a Painkeeper, you don't need a second Man-Eater, right? Because if you can reduce it to a 4-turn cooldown instead of a 5-turn cooldown, now you just have to go at a 4-to-3 ratio or whatever it is. And then all of a sudden you can do it with 1 Man-Eater. So you can make an unkillable composition with 1 Man-Eater and 1 Painkeeper. Now it's tricky. There's other things that you have to consider. But that's the cheapest unkillable team that there is, or there was in the game at the time. I think the Myth Air composition now is probably better because it's running at a faster speed. But that's Eris and Demitha. And so there's some other champions that you, I think, need in that composition. But that's also a really cheap way to get an unkillable composition. But yeah, so having that Painkeeper, that option to decrease cooldowns, just empowers these other champions who have longer cooldowns, makes them more valuable. Or even if you have a short cooldown, I mean, coming around like on a Demitha, if you have it, you can get her down to a very quick cooldown. You can potentially run her at a 2-to-1 speed and just be constantly, actually, probably easier with her just to run her at a 3-to-1 than try to speed tune her at 2-to-1. The way to speed her tune her at 2-to-1 is to have a 4-turn cooldown. So if you don't book her, which is what I did. And that was good. All right. Anybody interested in seeing this clan boss run? I'm interested in seeing this clan boss run. I don't want to wait any longer. We'll just see how I'm not going to get the 1 key today. I don't think I'm within striking distance of the 1 key because realistically, I need 6 stars and I need my masteries, and I'm not going to get both. But what level is she at right now? Let's see. Let's maybe run her a few more times in.
Is this on your new versus pro account?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I want to see it. Let's see it.
All right, so we've got Frozen Banshee here at 36. Let's get her to 40 and then run it. Let's just see how she does at 40. Because the thing that happened last time, I ran her at 26 or something. She died like 10 turns before everybody else. And she did 3.5 million damage, and Athel did 4 million damage. And she died 10 turns before Athel. So if I can just keep her alive for those 10 turns, she's going to double her damage. She's going to do 7 million damage. So I could potentially actually maybe 1 key her even at 5 stars without masteries, which would be insane. I just need to keep her alive. I'm going to go look at her gear. Maybe I can level up some of her gear. We have a artifact enhancement event going on. So yeah, this is, I want to do this. I want to do this soon. Let's get this done. She's slowing down my runs though, because she's not dying in campaign. So it's taking forever to level her up. She's faster than my Athel too, and that's too funny. The Relentless was doing great work though. I'm glad I decided to go with Relentless because I was originally just thinking Perception gear. And I was looking at all my speed boots and I was like, I have 4-star speed boots in Perception, but I had 5-star speed boots in Relentless. And I was like, that's actually really interesting. That's more poisons. And this is exactly, you know, it's funny because sometimes now that I'm doing all of these videos, I'll do a video and then I'll be just playing the game. You know, the video, I'll release the video and I'll be playing the game and I'll realize I'm doing the exact thing that the video was about. So, you know, that video about gearing, it wasn't about like artifact sets. It was about like the method of exploring your gear to find a build for your champion.
Yeah.
Do you remember that video? So I've literally been doing that method to gear my champions for 18 months, maybe longer. Like I've always done it that way. Now the filter system wasn't as good before. Like the fitting room wasn't as good before. It didn't have as many searchable things. So it's been refined over time, but I've always built my champions that way. And it never occurred to me until we were interacting that other people didn't use that method. You know, and then I was like showing you how I was building a champion, or we built one of your champions, right? I was like, go into the fitting room, do this, do that. We built your champion. And then at the end of it, you were like, I had no idea what was going on. I've never done anything like that. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
I was like, all right. Like, maybe, do you think that would, I asked you, I was like, do you think that would be a topic for a good video? And you're like, I mean, yeah. You're like, yeah, that'd be a great video.
Yeah, I was mind blown. I still, even to this day, I don't think I can get close to how you did that, but I'm getting better at it.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. Like, you start off just learning what the tools are and how to use the tools, and then you start going through all your gear and you do different search techniques, and it's like it is solving a puzzle for your gear. But I will literally be sitting here. I do it almost every day on the new account. I mean, every couple of days at the very least, I'm trying to build or rebuild a champion on this account, or I'm looking at what gear I've gotten so I can think about where I need to farm. You know, so I use that method. And it's funny because now the method to me is mentally tied to the video that we did about it. And I think about things that I didn't mention in the video. I'm like, damn it, I didn't mention. Or I think about a thing that I did in the video and I'm not doing it. I'm like, oh, I got to remember to do that thing I told everybody to do. You know, that's the one that really gets me when it's like, come on, you just taught everybody how to use this method and you're doing it wrong. Like, what's wrong with you? You know, I'm like, I'm being lazy, you know? So
yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, it's not rough. It's just funny. I just crack myself up. I have moments like that every day where I'm like, I said to do this in a video and I'm doing it wrong. Every day, I'm like, damn, I should listen to my own videos. It's funny because you've been doing the faction war method that I put in the video like a month ago. and you do that
Yeah.
a lot. Like we'll just be hanging out, and you'll be talking to me like, "Oh, I'm running up my food in this faction today," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea."
I should probably do that.
I should probably do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've kind of hit a point now where I just have, a team of 30s for everything, and then now I'm just waiting for better champions.
Yeah.
So I could just run food up as it comes, but
Well, that's what happens, right? Yeah,
definitely makes a difference.
as you progress in that faction war method, you get the value out of it, and you get the champions, and then eventually, as you collect epics and good rares in the factions, you hold on to them. You don't turn them into chickens, and so then the next time that faction comes around, you don't have to build as many food champs.
Yep.
And so you slowly grow out of the method, but it forms the basis of like a farming method for forge materials early on that gives you so much power. I mean, you get crazy returns on that method. There is no better way to get power early in the game. I mean, when you think about forge materials, like especially that first week, those first 7 days, when your starter champion faction is open, and you can go in there and get epic level forge materials every day from your starter champion if you can get past that first boss. It's just
that's
like
one thing I wish I'd done better.
Yeah, and
huge.
I didn't tell you the method for a week. It was like the last day. I was like, "Hey, there's this thing.
Hey, there's this thing. You
There's
should
this
probably be using your food champions and I just didn't even look at it. I'm like, where am I ever going to have champions for this thing?
Right. And it was funny because we talked about it on 2 separate streams. Right? We talked about it on streams. I'm like, "Oh, there's this great method. There's this thing for faction crypts. It's so good. It's so good. I don't think anybody does it. It's a secret." And everybody was like, "What is it? What is it?" And I was like, "I don't want to let anybody know just yet. I'm not ready to let it out of the bag." And people were like, "Tell me." And then as soon as I told you, you were like, "That's so good." And you just did it. And you just adopted it. And you were like, you just shot right past me. I was like, "Oh, well, that's why another reason I didn't want to tell everybody." But that's a good video. I'm going to have to read.
That's just why you didn't want to tell me. Everybody else can know, just not me.
That's such a good video. I should redo that like every 90 days. I should just like do a new version of it, because I think there are people who watch the videos who don't necessarily go back and watch all of the library. They'll watch like the last week or two or whatever, most of the recent ones or the ones with the highest view counts or something. But like that was a month ago. And that's easily the best early game tip I've ever heard in a video from a content creator ever. It's the best one. It's the best method for getting power in an early game account. And the fact that it only has 2,000 views is like sad to me. But it also means like if I make it next month, everybody who's watching the channel now will be like, "Oh, I wish I knew that." It's like, well, you could have watched my video 2 months ago. but yeah, it's great. It's phenomenal. Go do it. Do it now. Do it for always.
Do it.
Do it. Should I do it?
Do it.
Yeah. The Panda is proof Plarium has zero interest in nerfing the Infinity teams. That's true. Crashdown says, Frozen Banshee faster than Athel is good. Faster, the better with her. You need to make sure she gets 2 shots off after you use her A3 before the clan boss takes 2 turns. That's true. However, being faster than Athel isn't always great necessarily, because the faster Athel is, the more damage she does and the more uptime she has on her weaken, which is also good. But in general, yeah, Frozen Banshee should be really, really fast. Mario says, noted, never do what Cole says in the video. Always do what Cole says in the video. Whatever he says, just do it, and you'll be good. Just make sure I don't confuse crit rate and crit damage, because sometimes I do that. Mortimus Maximus, I need to find that video. Yeah, what's it called? It's called, I'll look it up. Let's see. What video are we talking about? It's a great video. I mean, I don't know how good the video is, but it's a great subject.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume the video is pretty good. I try hard to make the videos good, but It was a month ago. You live and learn. Yeah, it's called Do This Now, Best Strat for Faction Crypts. In fact,
Yeah.
I can even put the link in the thing, in the chat. If you haven't watched that video yet, go watch that video. It's a phenomenal video, especially if you're an early game player. If you're a mid game player already, it's not going to matter that much. But if you ever want to roll up an alt account or start a new account, this is the single best tip for turbocharging your account. You need to start it on day one. And Sun is still doing it. I'm still doing it a little bit. It's less valuable now, 40 days in, but it will continue to probably yield results for 4 months, maybe roughly 4 months, something like that, depending on how you pull and who you pull. Like in some factions, you may use it for 6 months just because of the luck of the draw. But yeah, it's a fantastic video. Do I have any more energy anywhere? Dailies. All right. Silver keys in Doom Tower. And then a Hydra key. I need to use a Hydra key again. This is annoying.
Yeah, I'm trying to save as much energy as I can. I want to beat my head against the spider boss.
All right, I've got 1,066,000 silver. Do you think I can take these gauntlets to 16, or you think it's not going to work?
I think you have about a 96% chance that it's not going to work.
It's not going to work? All right, let's get some energy in chat. Let's get some energy in chat. Anybody's just say good things. Just say, yeah, we're gonna roll this piece up to 16. I've only got 1 million silver. Do we think we can do it? Just give me a lot of yeses. Give me some support. Give me some love. Come on, give me a chance. Somebody, anybody. Mr. Fudan, where are you? I need you, buddy. Somebody give me a shout out here for this. We got Crashdown. No, he's just answered something else. There's also the delay. I don't know how long the delay is, but I'm asking for help and nobody's hearing it yet, and then all of a sudden it kicks in and then hopefully chat will light up a little bit. YOLO. There we go. That works. That's enough. Here we go. Let's get it. I don't know. Yes, we got it. We spent exactly, we spent exactly 1 million silver. Yeah, it was like 1,030,000. And we got a defense roll, which is fine. Let's go and enchant some of these things. Damage is good. Defense is good. Keep her alive. So yeah, we got defense percentage and HP percentage on that roll. So that should give her a few more turns, hopefully. Get 1 more speed. Let's get some speed up here. Accuracy. The accuracy is fine. I think her accuracy is already okay. 175. We're probably okay at this level. But I'm just throwing whatever I can up to this. Get her as much power as possible. All power. That was really close. I'm down to 25,000.
That's how I'm feeling right now. I'm fighting this boss.
And like I can't
down
even,
to like 5% HP.
I'm putting on 1-star glyphs, and I'm like, I might run out of silver.
HCS asked, do I do the audio for the videos? I'm not sure how I would do the audio, but I do all the editing.
Yeah, so you do the music when we have music on the
Yeah, I do the music, yeah.
Yeah. And
that works.
The audio for the most part is not really, we don't do much to it. Well, you cut out all the pops and lip smacks and stuff. Yeah. But what I mean is, like, in terms of tweaking the quality of the audio,
yeah, it's pretty good.
That's primarily done on the recording software. So I have altered the microphone and like the filters on the microphone to receive as good an audio quality as I can get, and then we just basically put that out. But Sun does the music. He adds the music, and he also does the he cleans up the audio.
And then all the editing and stuff.
And all of the editing. All right, let's go ahead.
So close. I might get him.
I'm taking Frozen Banshee in. We're gonna see. If I come up short, I might just quit the key. But it's like I'm just sitting here on 2 keys anyway. I'm just burning time. All right, so let's see what this looks like on hard. Let's see if we can get a 1 key on hard. I'm also tempted to pull out Wukong and put Shield Guard back in, but then I think Banshee will die. I could also potentially bring Jamarsa back into the team. She hasn't been on the team in a long time. All right, Poison Sensitivity is out. Weaken is out. The Decreased Defense is out. Now, here come the poisons. And remember, she's in Relentless Gear, so she's going to get extra turns, and those extra turns will mean more poisons. There we go. We got 5 poisons out, which is the maximum I think we can get with this team. Unless we, like, force the poison sensitivity to fail or something. Now, we do have the slows. We have cleanses, but I don't think the cleanse is going to be up for the slows. Deacon right now is taking the stun. I would rather be on Wukong. All right, now we got 6 poisons out. So what are we missing? I don't know what we were missing there. Decreased defense, weaken, poison sensitivity, leech. We were missing the leech. And the leech is not a problem early on because Runekeeper Dazzdirk will keep us all alive just fine. But later on, as the damage ramps up, we're going to want that leech for healing. When Wukong dies for the first time, that might alleviate some of the problem. Because then he won't get the block debuff buff back up, and then we could potentially lock it out, because it doesn't do anything. Like, you want the buff strip, but you don't want the block debuffs buff. You can only have them both, or you can have neither, because they're on the same skill.
Who to pick? Pick Team Cole. He needs more support. HCS meant the music. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, we so YouTube provides free music, like royalty-free music. And there's a whole library you can go through, and some of it's pretty cool. We spent a night going through some of it and talking about it a little bit. And then I think you just been exploring and picking whatever tracks you like, basically, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's also the kind of thing where sometimes I'll be watching YouTube and I'll hear a song and I'm like, I bet that's somewhere in the thousands of songs that are on YouTube.
Let me go find it.
Freemium library, and I'll try to see if I can find it. It's a needle in a haystack, but there's some cool stuff out there for sure.
All right, Deacon Armstrong taking the stun is ticking me off. We are up to 7 million here. And the question is, how many more turns are we going to get before people start dying? Because I don't have a revive out. Got 4 poisons up. We got the poison sensitivity up.
Well, you got Runekeeper. He'll keep some people alive for a little bit.
Yeah, but once Deacon dies, he's down. Once Banshee dies, she's down. You know, so I need them to live. Deacon gives me the decreased defense and also extra turn meter fill. And he's the only one who has the accuracy to land the leech right now, because Runekeeper Dazzdirk doesn't have enough accuracy to land his. So until I can get him more accuracy. Okay, we got one, maybe more, 2 more turns. So we need, what is it, 11.7 million? We're at 9.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
So she's dead. Yep. So 9 million. Can these two get us 2 million on their own? Or actually, I forgot, Wukong will keep coming back. Now that Runekeeper Dazzdirk got stunned, probably not. Ooh. I'm basically at 10 million. That makes me want to try for the 1 key. Yeah. Okay. Let's force quit this. And I'm going to try for the 1 key. I wasn't going to, and then I
Yeah.
got 10 million. I'm like, I'm not that far off. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to make Sun a little bit bigger so you can actually see his face.
You can watch the disappointment live. Watch as I slowly cry myself to sleep, trying to beat this freaking spider.
So I don't have silver to improve any more gear, and I'm basically out of energy.
Hello, bandit.
I can get one more refill here, so I can get into Doom Tower. I can also do this. Let's see. Be 30 potions to take her up all the way. It'd actually be 29 potions. 29 potions to get her. What, 10 levels? And the question is, would she survive long enough? She'd survive like one more turn. She does a lot of damage, but I don't think she does 500,000 a turn. What masteries can I get? Oh, I can get this next. I can get Lore of Steel. That requires 120, and I've got 40. What about Deacon? Can Deacon get any more? He could get additional masteries. So he could do more damage. Get a little more damage from Deke. He is maxed out too. Now it's time to get him the top tier scroll.
Deacon? That's nice.
Well,
Still need to farm so many masteries.
yeah. Oh, I have a blessing on him. I forgot about that. I just got a blessing on him today. So I think probably what I would want to go with is Commanding Presence. So this improves the power of your aura, basically. And so it's like I could put this on him. That would make both his aura and Wukong's aura stronger in the arena. So this would give me additional speed everywhere. But it's only 2.5%, which is like, I don't know if that would even fractionally get me there. But if I could get like 4 stars, then all of a sudden, or 3 stars, jumps up to 7.5%. Gets him more defenses. Yeah, let's just take Commanding Presence. That's a good one.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
Yep. I agree. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do here is I am going to do the Doom Tower stuff. And I'll do the Hydra key, and that'll get me one refill, one energy refill. I'll grind up a little bit more. And if I can get to that next tier of masteries on her and get Lore of Steel, then I can get more stats from everything. Although she's in a Relentless set, so I don't get that much stats from that. Because she's what? Relentless. What did I put on her? Relentless in Perception, maybe? Yeah, so maybe Lore of Steel is not the way to go. I need a solo farmer for Minotaur. I should just make Runekeeper Dazdir my solo farmer
Yeah,
for
you should.
Minotaur. This is just ridiculous.
That would be the move.
He can't get through the waves, you know, but when he gets to the boss, he survived the boss just fine. He survived the boss just fine.
Yeah, that's always my kills problem. You can solo the boss all day, but you can't get through the waves alone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of a common issue, right? It's like you either have a champion who's good at waves or you have a champion that's good at bosses, but it's hard to find a champion who's really good at both. That's why when you get when you get somebody like R-tack, you know, it's just so valuable because you're like, whoa, he can crush wave content? Great. Oh, he can crush bosses? Great. You know, it's like, so as soon as you get one of those guys, you just build them, put them everywhere. The other thing that I've been doing on my main account, which is nice, and it's slow, which is why I'm not progressing that quickly, but I'm running Venom Mage solo in Dragon. And so she's getting me, you know, all this free farm XP for these champions, which is also helping me in Champion Chase. But it's so slow. It's so crazy slow because one, you don't get a ton of experience from it. It is completely free experience, so it's good to do. But at some point, you just have to be like, oh, there are only 9 hours left in the tournament. I have to turn it up a notch. You know, like I have to go there and start crushing it every 90 seconds as opposed to running a 5-minute solo clear. Or whatever it is. It's actually not that long. It's funny. It's like a 3-minute solo clear or 2.5-minute solo clear. But I put her in a duo for a long time. I ran her as a duo with Syl of the Drakes. And what would happen is Syl of the Drakes would be constantly reviving the food champions. And then they would die. And then she would revive them again and they would die. So it was 100% win chance, but it was like a 4-minute clear. And then one day I just got pissed and I just took Syl of the Drakes out and it dropped down to like a 2.5-minute clear. And it's not 100%. It's like 95% chance of clear. But I save over a minute each run by having it as a solo, and I could put an extra food champion in. So as soon as I figured that out, I was like, oh, all right, I'm just going to do this. I don't care if it's 95%. It's still way more efficient. So I actually lost one earlier today. It was like the first run I had lost in maybe, I don't know, 300 runs as a solo, you know, on Venom Mage solo. I was kind of surprised because she used to lose, like I said, it was like 95%. She used to lose a little bit, but then I swapped out one gear piece or I upgraded a gear piece or something, and she didn't lose for a long time. And then she lost earlier today. I was like, I thought you were 100% now, but I guess not. I mean, there are stuns in that second wave, which is, so if you get like chain stun, then you're going to lose no matter what you do. So maybe that's what happened. I don't know.
Could be. That's kind of the stage of the game I'm excited to get into where I've got like solo farmers for stuff.
Yeah. Shieldguard can solo Minnow 15, but he needs good lifesteal gear. He's built for that. He's not there yet. One, he doesn't have all his masteries, so I need to get him his masteries. And two, he's still running, I think, like 2 4-star pieces or something. So he can absolutely do it, and he will be the guy to do it. He will become my campaign farmer and my minnow farmer. That's what he will be. And those are valuable things to have. So I'll be happy when he gets there. And it shouldn't be too much longer. It'll probably be like 2 or 3 weeks, and then he'll be there. Because I'm not focused on him right now. You know, in order to like finish his build, I'd have to focus some energy and time into him. And I'm still looking for clan boss champions and other you know, like I still need a 6-star my deacon. So as soon as like we do all these pulls next weekend, I see what I get and I can plan out, you know, my next week and a half of grinding, then I'll know whether or not Shieldguard is going to be, you know, focused at all.
Yeah, I'm so ready for the pull.
You've been ready for this for a long time.
For too long. For far too long.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was like, what was the last event? The last event was Void Shards, right? So we pulled Void Shards.
Yeah.
On Friday. We did it during the live stream. We pulled Void Shards. And then like Sunday morning, you were like, when's the next 2 times event? And I was like, 12 days? You're like, ah, oh, jeez. It's funny because
it's too far out.
When you have a good shard pull event, you want to keep pulling. And when you have a bad shard pull event, you're like, I want the next one. You know, it's like there's never a time where you're like, oh, I don't care about shard pulls.
Well, I think the other thing that happened is they had the back one.
Right. And that threw everything off.
And that completely reset all of the how they were doing everything. So I think for my my ancient shards, at least, it's been way longer than I feel like the regular time should be.
It's actually so. Oh, jeez, it did even worse. So the week they did all 3 events was supposed to be a Sacred Shard event, and so what happened was the week before that one they had Ancients. And then they had Ancients again the following week because they had all 3. And then they had back-to-back Sacreds because they had the all 3 weekend, and then they had Sacreds. So the only one that really got any kind of break in between was Voids. Because we had Voids, and then we had Sacreds, then we had Voids again. So this one is actually on a normal rotation. This is like it's a 6-week thing. So this is the first time you've actually experienced that because you are only 40 days in. So you haven't had a full 6 weeks in between the same events before. So this will be the first time that's happened. Which is why it feels like a long time. But honestly, once you get used to the rotation as a free-to-play player, and you're just like, oh, I get to pull every 2 weeks. That's how I think of it. I don't think of the shards. You know, I'm like, every week I get to pull. Every 2 weeks I get to pull. And so, like, the fact that they rotate the shards every 2 weeks doesn't matter to me. I don't think, oh, I don't get to pull ancient shards for 6 weeks. I'm just like, hey, in 2 weeks I get to pull. So I just focus on grinding up, doing a fusion, doing whatever, like pushing arena, whatever I can. Maybe I build out a new champion. And then 2 weeks goes by and you're like, oh, maybe I get to get something, you know? And it's weird because I've definitely gotten to the place on my main account where if I'm not hitting one of 5 champions, I'm like, oh, that's cool. But whatever. You know, I'm like, am I going to build this guy out? I don't know. You know, at least for Sacred Shards and Ancient Shards. For Void Shards, I'd be really excited if I hit on. They're like 25, 30 Void Legendaries I could hit that I'd be excited about. But all I'm looking for on my Ancients is Geomancer. All I'm looking for on my Sacreds is Duchess, Kymar, Corvus. That's it. You know, like, that's all I care about. Like, if I get those 3 champions, I'll be done with Sacred Shards. I'll be completely done with them. I won't need them for anything else. You know?
That would be nice.
Yeah, and I mean, there are great...
I'm trying to figure out my move.
There are great champions out there, but... Oh, let's check you out. Are you manualing the spider again?
That might be bad juju.
How many times have you tried this now?
Not enough to win yet. Must beat spider. Oh, okay. I think this might be the one. As long as that's not resisted.
You got it. You got it. All right. Congrats. That's huge.
How many times? Too many times to count.
How many times did you try that?
Man. I've been going at it for like 3 days, I think.
Selenia was the key, huh?
Yeah.
So you had to build her all the way out to 5 stars.
Yeah. And I pulled fully a senator, pulled a whatever soul on her too.
A blessing, yeah. Soul.
Oh man.
So did you?
Oh yeah. So actually, I got her yesterday, and I built her up to here from there. And I tried before that, but I didn't have any HP burn, and I was failing miserably because
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense.
No. You know what's funny is when I went into Doom Tower, I never read this boss's fight. Like I didn't read it because I just had a team that was going, and so I just plugged the team in. And the team beat the boss and kept going. And I looked at the drop and I was like, okay, I don't care about this set. I'm not going to like farm this set. So I just kept going. Now I did that for like a year.
Really?
I
Man.
never looked at this boss's fight. And then finally I got into like the high end of Doom Tower Hard, and she was on a rotation, and I was like, all right, I'm failing this fight now. Let me figure out a better team. And again, I didn't read the fight. I was just like, I looked at my team and I was like, how can I improve my team? That's all I thought about. I didn't think about reading about the fight. So I made a much better team, or a stronger team. I made a better team, and I put it in the fight, and I clicked fight, and I flipped over to whatever. It was probably on my phone even. I don't even remember if it was on Plarium Play. And, I went about my day and I was doing my work or whatever. And I came back like 40 minutes later and the fight was still going. And it was like 1,420 turns or something. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, what the hell's going on with this? Like, is this guy just impossible to beat? And I read the thing and it was like, oh, you need an HP burn to kill him. And I had taken my HP burner off the team, because I was like, I need a stronger team. So I took the HP burner off the team. I don't remember who the HP burner at the time was. It might have been like, I don't know. I don't know who was in Doom Tower at the time, but it wasn't. It might have been Ninja. I don't know. It might have been Ninja.
Yeah, I can see that.
And so then I was like, oh, now I gotta build a team, to like go back. But I'd forgotten what the old team was. And so it took me like 2 hours of retooling teams to like be able to beat this boss again. And it was so frustrating. I was like, I've crushed this boss over and over and over again. Now, granted, this was like floor 80 or 90 or something of Doom Tower Hard. So at that level, like the stats really matter and the gear really matters. It's not just the team composition.
Yeah.
But yeah, it took me a couple of hours of trying really hard to get that team composition tweaked to beat it. And it's still kind of annoying at the high end of Doom Tower Hard. The boss is kind of annoying, not because of the HP burn thing. That's actually the easiest thing to manage. It's just the cycle of skills and the way the minions work, because like you can buff strip the minions so they don't counterattack. But then if you just don't worry about them, you're like, oh, now that I buff stripped them, I don't have to worry about the counterattack. And you don't kill them, then she does some extra mechanic when it's her turn because the minions are alive. So you actually need to kill the minions, but you don't want to just hit them because then they counterattack and heal the boss. So it's like, it's this whole thing. You got to somehow figure out a solution for the minions and the boss. And, I had literally played the game for like, I don't know, 20 months before I ever read her fight. And it's funny because I researched all the other fights. I even researched Koldath because probably a year in, I switched to champion and all of a sudden started getting crushed by Koldath. And I'm like, why is he beating me? And then I learned about the provoke mechanic. And I think I saw it on a video. I was like, that's why, because I probably switched Seeker out or something. And so I just put Seeker back on the team and then it was easy again. But this Frost Spider is literally the last spider I learned how to fight. Or not the last spider, the last boss I learned how to fight.
Yeah, and somebody was saying in the chat, Thomas, I think that Armiger would work as well. Yeah, block revives work. But you saw how precise I had to get it with the HP burn, and that was way more leeway than the 0.5% of a bar that my Armiger is gonna do with his block revive. That would have to be the perfect run.
Yeah, because you don't have to kill it with the HP burn. It just has to be on the boss. It just has to be on. So you can kill it with any champion. So the HP burn is much easier than the block revive. If you're going to try block revive on that champion, I would highly recommend doing it with Phoenix as opposed to Armiger. Because he's got an incredibly hard-hitting block revive skill. So at least you're going to get a lot of damage out of it. Or really, if you're going to do a block revive, do like a like a Lydia. If you have Lydia, just put Lydia on the team and you're fine. Build the team however you want.
Yeah.
I went in live arena the other day, and I brought a Lydia into a team, not really looking at the team composition I was up against all that much. And I realized I had, like, I pulled her deliberately because the enemy had 2 revivers, but I didn't like plan it for what happened. What happened is Wukong was on the other team. And so Lydia has this mechanic where if she is dead when the enemy revives somebody, she'll come back to life and the enemy won't. She'll like steal the revive.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. If she's alive, but you have allies who are dead and the enemy revives an ally, she'll steal that and revive your team. She'll revive everybody on your team. So she can revive herself when she's dead. She can revive your whole team if she's alive. And if everybody's alive, she just gets an extra turn. So no matter what happens, the enemy can't get a revive. But I think it's on a 5-turn cooldown when it's fully booked. It's a pretty long cooldown. But what ended up happening was they like nuked out my whole team. My Lydia and like one other champion were alive. So like all my damage dealers were dead. But I was able to kill the Wukong. They then killed my other champion and didn't get my Lydia down. My Lydia had like 5% health. And then the Wukong tried to revive itself. And it brought my whole team back. And Wukong was just out of it. And I just... And I nuked and I won. I was like, that was the best Lydia anti-revive like I've ever seen. And I didn't even plan it.
Sick.
You know, I did it because of the Siphi and the Duchess or something that the guy brought. But it ended up being the Wukong who like, because you can't turn off the Wukong revive.
Yeah.
You know, like you can't turn it off. So it just brought my whole team back. I was like, oh, that felt so good. All right, let's see how chat's doing.
Yeah, I'm reading it too. Yeah, I have a 5-star armor. He helps me in the Ice Golem and pretty much anywhere where I need turn meter control, but he's just, even with 100% crit, he just doesn't hit hard enough. He says just use R-tack. Would be nice if I had an R-tack. You want the answer to your Scarab King problem? Just use blood shield rings. It's the same thing. If you've got it, it'll work. If you don't got it, you gotta find another way.
All right, so Mr. Fudan says, the Restream blog says, in order to get more viewers on your stream, you should do a viewer quiz. Viewers love taking quizzes, especially in real time. The blogger also suggests 1, eating sour candy on stream, and 2, wearing a cosplay on stream. Well, I wish I had sour candy. I don't. And I would be okay with cosplay. I would be fine with cosplay. I don't mind cosplay at all, but I don't have that going on right now. I know the marble race one. Yeah. The marble race is kind of cool. Tomas says, yeah, I did not say Lydia because if you have her, you can probably beat the spider. That's true. If you've gotten to Lydia, you probably have the champions you need to beat the spiders in Doom Tower. Big Nate says, I just got back into Raid, but to offset when Raid makes me mad, I also play Watcher of Realms. There you go. I can't really play multiple gacha games. I can play 2 at a time, but I have 2 accounts going right now, so I can't really play a third. Could you help me with the Scarab King boss or team? That's what you were talking about. Get blood shield rings. That's the easiest way to do it. So this is something that we figured out with Sun, or we didn't figure out, but Sun we were talking about, and Sun used this method. He didn't solo. He built a team for the first Scarab boss of Doom Tower in easy, which was basically Fane as the boss killer and Apothecary to keep her alive. and that's it. Just those 2 champions. Now, you originally had a Metal Shaper in as a trio, but the Metal Shaper died, and those 2 fought the boss for like 7 minutes and won, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I started with a full team, then I went to just those 3. Metal Shaper died on the very first time I tried it with just the 3, and then they just carried it. So
Yeah, so what I would highly suggest, if you are early game and you're just trying to get past that first one, if you have a couple of Blood Shield rings, we know that if you're in our clans that you've won some Blood Shield rings. So go and check out what factions they're in. And if you have a support, like a good Healy support and a damage dealer, that might be all you need. You could even put that damage dealer in a destroy set if you want to speed things up and you have enough, gear. But if you think about it this way, this is not a fight that has to be fast. It's never going to really be fast. But so if you have a damage dealer who's got a Blood Shield ring, put him in all defensive stats. Put him in lifesteal. Put him in HP percentage chest piece. Like, you don't need to hit hard. All you need to do is not die and not get wiped out by the Scarab boss's like skill. So if you get provoked or poisoned or whatever, you're going to die. So Apothecary's single target heal just keeps healing. You could use somebody like I have, like Runekeeper Dazdurk, or you could use Rector Drath, or you could use any of the epic healers who are pretty strong, who have pretty good heals. And there are a lot of them out there. Actually, they're a decent number. You just need a Blood Shield ring to make sure that you always have a shield up. And then you have 1 damage dealer. You might even be able to solo it with just a really good healer, but it would take you, an hour. But yeah, doesn't matter how long it takes. Billion just pulled his first ever Septimus. Took me just 4 years. Well, congrats. I have Septimus on 2 different accounts. He's fantastic. He's a lot of fun. He's really a lot of fun. Dan says, will budget unkillable with Maneater, Painkeeper, Bulwark, Godseeker, and Neri, and attempt him as a stun target work? Yes. I don't know what you mean by work. If you properly speed tune a budget unkillable with Maneater and Painkeeper and a slow boy who is the stun target, and it actually works, and you get the stun target, then yes, it will work. Now, what you're talking about is a team with 5 Void champions. I assume that's what you're asking about. You have 5 Void champions, so you will never have a weak affinity and you'll never have a strong affinity. So what that means is, if a Kemptum is the stun target for any affinity, a Kemptum will always be the stun target for every affinity. But I don't know why you would want to make a Kemptum the stun target. A Kemptum is a damage dealer. So if you can, you're better off making Bulwark the stun target. So I wouldn't make a Kemptum the stun target. If you can avoid that, then I would. Maneater and Painkeeper cannot take the stun. But any of the other 3 could take the stun. Even Godseeker and Neri could take the stun. Now, I don't know why you're bringing Godseeker and Neri into that team. My guess is I don't know why Godseeker and Neri is on that team. She has buff extension. I guess because she's Void, maybe just because she's Void. Let me go take a look at Godseeker and Neri. I mean, she has a buff extension, but you don't care about the buffs. You don't need the buffs.
So if you want to take over for a quick minute.
Okay. Yeah. So if I'm looking at, let's see, where am I? All right, Godseeker and Neri. So, I mean, she heals, she gets more heals, and then she decreases the duration of all buffs on all enemies by 1 turn. So maybe you're trying to reduce I mean, you'd be better off with a buff stripper. Like, you'd be better off with the Wukong. But obviously, he's not Void. And then increase duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn, but you don't care. You don't care about her revives. Like there's no specific reason to bring a Godseeker Aniri into an unkillable clan boss team. She's an awesome champion. Don't get me wrong, but that's the one place you don't need her, right? Because you don't need the revives and you don't need the heals. So what's the point? You don't need the increased buff duration because you can't increase an unkillable buff anyway. So the only maybe reason to do that, the only one that I can think of, is if you get the block debuffs buff up on the second AoE so that you block the slow from the spirit boss, and then you can still block the stun. That's the only thing that I can think of that would merit an inclusion of Godseeker Aniri. But you don't. I mean, you want to go affinity friendly. So maybe that's what it is. And obviously, with the stun, the thing about the stun is you can actually tank the stun on the budget unkillable. You don't need to. You don't need to have the block debuffs buff up for it. So you can usually go affinity friendly anyway. You just tank the stun instead. And if it's your slow boy, if it's your bulwark who's taking the stun, no, you can't take the stun instead, really. Never mind. I'm wrong. Those two skills are on the same skill, aren't they? Maneater's his block debuffs buff and his unkillable buff are on the same skill on the same cooldown. My bad. You can tank the stun, but you can only tank it for so long, and you would need heals to do that. So it doesn't make sense. When you're doing the budget unkillable, you're trying to get this skill up, which has unkillable and block debuffs on all allies for 2 turns. So if you want to go affinity friendly, maybe that's why you have Godseeker Aniri up. But that's still weird, because you can't extend the unkillable. You can't extend the unkillable, so you could only extend the block debuffs. So it'd have to be that you would put it up right before the stun. But you need the unkillable buff up on all 3 turns. Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to make it work in my head, and I can't. There's no reason for Godseeker Aniri. I don't think that even helps make it affinity friendly. So the only reason to have her in there would be to have everybody void affinity, so you never have a weak affinity, and you can control the stun target more easily, I guess. But like if you had an Eurogrim like this guy, this would be a much better option because he's got poisons on his A1. And then he can actually help you go affinity friendly because he can remove all the debuffs from an ally. So he can cleanse the stun. Oh, it still doesn't matter, does it? Still doesn't matter. Never mind. But he has more poisons. So yeah, I don't know. Let me see what you're saying here. Yeah, you just want to bring her because she's void, and these are the 5 best voids you have for clan boss. Godseeker Aniri is amazing for clan boss, but she's really specifically good for a killable composition. She's not good for an unkillable composition because she doesn't bring damage, and everything that she brings doesn't help you. So if you had another void champion, it doesn't matter who you had. If you had anybody who brings more damage, you'd be better off. So she doesn't have to be one of your best 5 void champions. She just has to do damage. It's an unkillable team. And so pick another void. Pick any void. Take a cold heart. If you have a cold heart, take any rare void. They're going to do more damage than Godseeker Aniri. If you're really struggling for damage, put them in a toxic set. Get more poisons out of that way. Yeah, having two teams can be a major advantage too. That's good. That's a good point. Sometimes it's just better to have a spirit affinity composition and then an everything else composition. So then you just need 2 stun targets, and you can figure that out based on the weak affinity. So if you're going, whoever your spirit affinity stun target is should be force affinity. You just have a force affinity slow boy. And then for all of the other affinities, you can have, whoever you want.
Yep.
You back?
Yep. I was able to beat the secret room, and the one floor that I couldn't beat, switched in Sylar and stun galore.
I'm going to try to get in some live arena here at the end. People can watch this is my main live arena team. I do not build champions for arena. Almost everybody in my entire roster is built for PvE. That being said, I really enjoy PvP. I just don't want to necessarily waste resources to build people for PvP. So this can be kind of interesting. This person only has 1,533 points, which scares me for some reason. If this is an arbiter, then this is a bot. Yeah, if they're going to pick their champion right around like 15 seconds. Yep, I think it's a bot.
Why is it a bot?
Because if you lose 3 in a row, you get a bot.
Oh.
I don't know. It's just a way to keep you, from rage quitting raid, I guess.
I tried live arena once. Got my behind handed to me.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
All right, so I'm going for some buff removal here because they've got 2 champions with big buffs so far.
Hey.
Got 3 champions with buffs so far.
All the way back to the scarab boss. Great.
All right. I kind of want to put arbiter. Kind of wanted to put arbiter. Get rid of Harima. Now that doesn't have a damage dealer. That might not matter if they ban Pythion. I don't have heals. Nope, they banned my... That was probably the worst ban. This might be a bot. The bot always bans the first champion, and the first bot, the leader champion. Doesn't feel like a bot. Doesn't feel like a bot team. Bot teams usually have like 3 nukers, not all tanks. So yeah, having damage might not matter when you're just tanky enough that you can outlast the enemy team. Not too bad. We got our straining up. We got our block debuffs up. They've got no buff removal. They do have a cleanse and a heal there. Question is, who do I target first to kill? I mean, typically I would kill Pythion, but he's probably pretty tanky. He is the only reviver, so we could go with that. They're going to come after Allele here. Let's see what happens. Nope, they didn't come after Allele. All right. Just going to try to kill the Necrid. Maybe the Krisk, depending on what happens here. But he's the only one without buffs, right? So there we go. I run the same thing. Pythion and Mithrala are so strong because Mithrala gives you a cleanse, Pythion gives you a cleanse, Pythion gives you a block debuff buff. she gives you a shield, an increased defense, an increased attack, and a strengthen. And he gives you a revive. So it's very very nice. But that annoying block debuffs buff, it's frustrating to try to deal with. Now all my buffs are down. And he has saved his nukes. We can kill my Pytheon. I don't know. Gonna go for the AoE here, see what happens. AoE provoke coming out. This is why I brought a second reviver. Now, Uko's revive is better than Pytheon. Pytheon revives and gives you a strength, and Uko revives and gives you a block damage. So I want to revive Allele off of Uko, not Pytheon. There's the hits. There are the Necrit hits. Should also get increased speed on everybody. This is one of those fights that's I'm either going to lose in like the next couple of turns, or it's probably going to. How exciting is this right now?
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Where are you barking, bandit?
All right. Get some work in. Now my Allele can strip buffs on his A1. I haven't used his A1 on anybody yet. I don't think I did. So now he's got to decide if he wants to revive. And then if he does revive, I can maybe kill the Necrit. Oh, I got the cleanse off first. That's annoying. I was hoping to be able to use the Hex there. Actually, I'm sorry. I was hoping that the block buffs debuff would still be up. That's what I was hoping. Not to use the cleanse. This takes forever. This is the reason they put a 30-minute timeline on these things. I think we have one more turn without a cleanse. I think that Pytheon doesn't have his cleanse up. So I think we've got one more turn without a cleanse, which means he will probably have to attack. So we could potentially petrify him, and if we do, then this will be a win. Probably. There we go. There we go. Now we need to lay down the damage on him as much as possible. There we go. Victory. That's all we had to do was kill that Pytheon. Now this guy's going to let the clock just tick down and hope that he can outlast me for 30 minutes or something. Now it's just picking off stragglers. Who's impressed by that? Anybody impressed by that? I'm impressed by that. I thought it was a good battle. Takes too long though. Like, he should concede right now. He's got 0 chance of winning, but it's still going to take 2 minutes to clear him off the board. Ah, the sheep. Well, that's going to extend this fight a little. So now it's not going to be 2 minutes to clear him off the board. It's going to be 4 minutes to clear him off the board. If anybody knows Broad Peak, send him a DM and tell him to surrender. I don't want to have to deal with this. I'm clicking auto. This is over. I don't mind people, like, you know, you fight and you learn. You know, you're trying to figure out what you can do and whatever. But there is a point at where, you know, professional chess masters, like grand masters, will concede chess matches. You know, like, you don't have to be stubborn about it. You just be like, hey, the more games I get in, the faster I'm going to learn. I concede all the time. When it, like, as soon as I lost, if I was on his side and I lost my first champion, I'd be like, all right, my win chance just went from like 45% chance down to like 0.045% chance. Let's get out of this and go fight another battle. There's 14 minutes left in arena right now, in live arena. This is my first battle. I'm trying to get 5 in, and he's making me play for 10 or 11 minutes. Like, right now, he's just forcing me to play, and he's taking 12 seconds a turn. This is not a friendly, you know, this is not a friendly thing. Like, I don't know if he just is mad at me because he lost. Like, some people are like that. It's like, sometimes you lose. There we go. I was not looking for a 9-minute match there. I was looking for like a 90-second match.
I really want to keep you in it.
Yeah. All right. I kind of have a go-to team here. I do like to mix it up, but when I am in the second spot, I usually like to pick my damage dealers first. And that's not always the best choice, picking your damage dealers first. You know, but this is the problem with a speed team for me. My guess is my arbiter might be faster than their arbiter. But always somebody who puts an arbiter first has a second speed aura champion who is at least, you know, a Kaimar or something like that. And I don't have a second really fast champion. So I don't have another speed aura like that except Wukong, who I haven't built out yet. So what I've got to do is now I've got to go, like, be creative about how to counter this. And so my like nukers don't really matter. I'm going second. I just need tankiness. And he's bringing in Foley. So what I'll probably do here is go with the double revive strategy again. Now, I could also bring in Lydia, because Lydia actually counters Foley, kind of. Nah, let's just go. Gotta get rid of the Arbiter. I'd love to get rid of the Foley, but I can't do it. Now, they're going to go first, probably. And I will probably die. I've probably lost this one already. Question is, which would give me a better chance, speed or defense? Probably speed. Probably speed. Now, there's a chance that Kymar goes first. My Mithrala is fast. She's got really good resistance. She would go next and cleanse everybody. But their Warlord went first. No, and he got my Mithrala, so it doesn't matter. This is over. Why would you do that? That was a weird play. I mean, I think I'm out of it anyway, but that was just a weird play. Yeah. I mean, I lost it in Champion Select. That's fine. That happens all the time to me. I lose, I would say, of my losses, which are roughly 50% of my games, like of that 50%, 90% of those are lost. Maybe 95% of them are lost in Champion Select. Like before I even pick my first champion, I've lost a match. You know, so it's like when I see a level 100 account, I mean, if you think about it this way, like let's say I'm a good free-to-play player, right? But I'm not focused on arena. So anybody who's equally good and is focused on arena and is free-to-play is going to beat me. And then anybody who's a pay-to-play player, even if they're not focused on arena, is probably going to beat me if they're the same level. You know, so it's like I do pretty well to just win 50% of my matches, I think. This is annoying. I thought about doing all sorts of different things for this particular one, but I'm going to try this. Sometimes you just got to try something new and learn from it. So I didn't bring a block debuffs buff. So normally I would bring Pythion and that would cancel out Nishak because he would prevent the bombs from landing. But I didn't bring him. I wanted to go with Lydia to see if I could go that way. Now, that means that Wukong's going to hit pretty hard. So if Wukong is built to hit hard, he might just nuke me out and it might be over before it starts. You can see he's got a bolster set. So like this guy's built for PvP, right? Like that's why he's level 86, but he's still up at the same level I am because he's built for PvP. While I am not. But I am surprised. I'm surprised that he's letting me hang around here. I feel like I should be dead. There you go. There's the Wukong hit. Not that hard. So he's probably not built for damage. I did not hit it that hard either. Jeez. Trying to kill the mighty Yuko, which makes sense because he's the reviver. Before he kills anybody else. There we go. That's enough. I don't like how provokes prevent you from surrendering. That's silly.
Oh, yeah.
Like it like autos it, and it's like, no, the next auto command is already chosen, so you can't surrender. Like, I should just be able to click surrender and have it be over mid animation. Like, it waits for the turn to end, and then all like the whole sequence of events. Just end it. Just end it. All right.
Did me like that on the Scarab boss when I couldn't beat him. I'd go into the death spiral and just have to sit there and wait.
Yeah.
That was always fun.
Yeah, right. Going with a little bit of a blender comp here. Probably going to win. They've got Siffy. Speed boost from Siffy. Yep. Game over. Oh, maybe not. Thrall cut in. And now we get to maybe nuke a little bit. Yeah, not enough. We can do this with Ray. There we go. That's irritating. She removed all her debuffs. That's probably the worst thing about Siffy. I'm in my mind is the irresistible A1. That's the thing that actually kills me most of the time. It's like my team can counter her team, but not her freaking irresistible sleep. I gotta go look at Elhain for a second. Supreme Elhain. How much time do I have? I've got 1 minute 33 seconds, so I'm gonna go again. So Supreme Elhain removed like 2 or 3 debuffs before she went. And I'm wondering if those were just from masteries or if she has a passive that actually does that. I don't recall. I have Supreme Elhain, but I don't recall her removing debuffs. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mitty was saying, I hate that unkillable from Swift Parry or passive protects. It will linger even after the champion has attacked, so it's possible they attack, and then when you attack back, they are unkillable. Yep, that is true. Foley, level 63. So this should be a bot. This should be a bot. The bots have gotten better. You know, they've improved the bots. What is up with Krisk today? Like, I really need this. I deal with Krisk all day. Jeez. He's so annoying. Like, it just slows down every fight. It just slows down every single fight. And then we've got UDK on top of that. So it's just like, yeah, let's just be slow. Let's just be as slow as we possibly can be.
What, you don't like to take your time?
I don't want to waste my time. It's just... Yeah, pretty sure it's a bot.
That's interesting, though. Why would they make it wait 15 seconds
Right?
to pick?
Right.
Like that if it's a bot and they always are going to pick at a certain time, why 15 seconds?
Just to make you
Make it
you
5.
wait or make you think it's not a bot. Like, we all know it's a bot. After every 3 losses, you get a bot. And they always act the same way, and they always ban the leader. So it's like, you know it's a bot. Just let it be a bot. That's okay. We're not going to be upset. Do you know what I mean? Just let it be a bot. That's fine. I don't mind it being a bot. Just make it pick instant. Doesn't have to think.
Yeah.
Just let it pick instantly. And then in the game, it makes me wait like 15 seconds for it to take its turn, or 10 seconds for it to take its turn, whatever. Like, just take... I don't wait that long to take a turn. I know what I'm going to do. There are times when you need the full timer. You need the 15 seconds to figure it out, but most of the time you don't. Most of the time, it's like 3 seconds and you know what you're doing. Live Arena is active in an hour and 57 minutes. Okay. All right, what am I trying to do here? I think I'm still trying to do more dragon. Yep, solo and dragon slayer. Okay. Right, let's go to the other account. How are we doing over here? I haven't been doing anything over here because I've been playing Live Arena. Son, are you there? Let's look at your account.
I stepped away because I was waiting on you.
All right.
I'm just I'm running all my silver keys.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I can't improve my gear anymore, and I can't really do anything with Frozen Banshee here at this point. I can just give her a few more levels based on XP. I'm gonna mess around with my AI on the clan boss, and then I'm gonna try that again. So I think I'm just gonna run this energy down, and then switch over, try that clan boss, and that'll probably be, that'll be enough for us. That'll be enough for us for today, for our surprise stream. We're running close to 4 hours. We'll go to about 4 hours probably. But yeah, it's been cool. Icky Ray says, Stone Skin and Stolly Crap is why I don't do Live Arena much, and when I do, I get level 90, 95. something I can't see. Yeah. Stall tactics are annoying. They've changed the timers significantly, right? Because originally I think it was a minute per turn or something, or 45 seconds per turn, and now it's 15 seconds per turn. So they have made some adjustments, which makes it a little bit better. But yeah, this is the same stuff I came across in like Magic the Gathering Arena, right? Which was some players would play you legitimately, and then others would just make you wait the maximum amount of time once they figured they were behind and hope you would just get mad and leave. You know, and literally, so you're both just clicking every 30 seconds or every minute, whatever the timer was, for like an hour to play one game of Magic that has been predetermined in the first 5 minutes. You know, and some people just, that's how they feel. They're just like, no, you don't deserve to win because you're not me. You're you, and I deserve to win because I'm me and I'm not you. But since you're winning and you don't deserve it, I'm going to punish both of us by wasting an hour of our lives. So if you want to avoid that punishment, you can just give me the points that I deserve because I'm me and leave. And then you can have your time back. But if you don't, we're going to sit here and I'm going to be satisfied that I've taken your hour away. So either I win the game or I punish you. Either way, I'm happy. Some players play that way. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous way to live your life. That's not a happy person doing that, you know? That's not a happy person doing that. I think I need to go pull some mystery shards. Yeah, my general goal in gaming is to have like as good a time as possible, and for people around me to have as good a time as possible. And I appreciate my opponents most of the time, because without them, I couldn't play the game. And if they weren't good, it wouldn't be worth playing against them. So the fact that it's a challenging game is fine. And when you play a game like Magic the Gathering, luck is involved. So sometimes you get unlucky. Sometimes they get unlucky. And sometimes that's what happens, and that's what determines who wins the game. Doesn't mean you didn't deserve it. You just got lucky or just got unlucky. You know, but punishing everybody because the card didn't fall the way you wanted it to.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That's a rough way to live.
I remember people doing that.
It's a rough way to go. It's just a rough way to move through the world, you know, constantly biting off your nose to spite your face. What am I trying to do again? Oh, campaign.
I'm just making gear to sell gear.
That's a good idea. I should start doing some of that. Bill says, these people didn't come across me. I can do the exact same thing and Uno reverse them, waiting until the last second. Yeah, if you want to get into a war of attrition, you can do that. So even if I'm winning, I can do the same stalling thing. Yeah, that's another thing. Like I'm not gonna. I get mad. Don't get me wrong. I get mad when the people do that, but I don't get. Like my intention is not to then do what you like. I disagree with you. I don't want to buy into your thing. I'm not trying to then stall it out more. You know, it's like, oh, no. If you're going to wait to the last second, then I'm going to wait to the last second. And now instead of sitting here for an hour, we're going to sit here for 2 hours and you're still going to lose. Do you know what I mean? Like you can get into that battle. You could get into that battle and be like, no. Not only is it not going to work, but I'm going to make sure that it works against you. And it's like, because if you think about it, if that guy sat there for an hour and then lost the game, you know, like he'd be upset. But if he sat there for 2 hours because you made him also sit there. Most people at that point don't feel that way. They're not like, because now he's on the other end going like, oh, this is good. Let's wait even longer. You're only going to get one win tonight and it's going to take you 2 hours. Like he's just satisfied. So all I want to do is get through my thing. I will turn on a video. I will watch a show that I've been wanting to watch. I'll click the thing every, minute. I'll win my game and then I'll go play somebody else. And if the second person does it to me, I'll keep watching the video. I'll finish the game and then I'll shut off the game and go play something else. you know, because it's no fun. It's not fun to be with people like that, which may be ultimately their win. Like their win, maybe they've chased me away from the game for the night and now they can have whatever. They don't know I'm gone, by the way, because it's not like they're tracking me. They can't. They don't know if I've logged off. But maybe in the back of their minds, they're like, I bet that guy left the game. It's like, yeah, because I don't want to play a game surrounded by dicks. Like, you ever go play a pickup basketball game?
Not just a few of them?
Not just a few. I don't want to be surrounded by. But like, you ever go play a pickup basketball game or something, or you go to like just with your buddies, and then one guy gets mad about somebody's foul call, and he like picks up the ball and walks around the court screaming for 10 minutes about it. Nobody's having fun. It's a pickup basketball game. Give the ball back. Take the foul. Just give it up. Like, you lost. Just go on. Like, get another game in. Go. Like, you showed up to play a game, and now nobody's playing a game. And what's going to happen is I'm not going to play with you the next time. You're going to be like, hey, let's go play pickup basketball. I'm like, no, you're the dude who picks up the ball and screams at me for 5 minutes if you don't like a call. I'm not going to play. I'm not going to play pickup basketball with you anymore. I don't even like pickup basketball that much. Right. I will hang out with my dog and my wife and watch a Netflix show and be way, way happier than ever looking at your face ever again. Like, I don't need you in my life, you know? So no, thanks for the pickup basketball. Not because I don't like pickup basketball, but because I don't like guys who pick up the ball and scream about tic-tac fouls for 5 minutes. Like, you're 45 years old. You're 45 years old.
Priorities.
Right? I mean, yeah, if you were, I don't know, 22, okay, whatever. You got a lot of energy to burn and you need some extra outlets. That's fine. You know, but you're 45. We've all got knee braces on. You know, like, nobody here is happy about this exercise we're forcing ourselves to do. We're just trying to find a fun way to get a little bit of movement into our lives. And you're screaming about a ticky-tack foul. It's like, dude, take some Advil, drink a Gatorade, and chill out. I do not need that in my life. There's nothing more. Like, I have a friend. I got to talk about my friend. He's not a close friend. He doesn't even know I'm doing YouTube. But I know a guy. I used to play basketball with him. We started playing basketball when we were like teenagers. Like, I was probably 17. He's a couple of years younger than me. And so we played for a few years, but he was that guy. He would always get angry. You know, he would always get angry at every game. And I was just like, oh, well, the kids, you know, he's a kid. We're all kids. Kids get angry. But he was that hot tempered like guy in the basketball court. So I was like, all right, whatever, let it go. Like 15 years after high school, we're hanging out. We're in our 30s at this point. And it's like a summer barbecue. And he's like, you know what? We haven't done it in a long time. We haven't played basketball. I'm like, you're right. You know, I haven't played basketball at all in a long time. I really haven't played basketball since college. And I was in my 30s. So it'd been like 10 years since I'd even shot a ball. And he's like, well, I got a hoop in the driveway. Let's go play some one-on-one. I'm like, all right, cool. You know, it's like 4th of July. We just had a bunch of hot dogs. A couple people are drinking beers, sitting in lounge chairs. You know, like, it's a chill day. We know there's fireworks going on later on. And this guy starts throwing his shoulder into me. Like, every time he keeps driving to the basket and like throwing shoulders at me. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? He's like, what? Come on. I'm like, we're 30. Like, you're still playing like we're 17. I'm like, I'm not even wearing sneakers. I got dress shoes on. Like, what are you doing? Like, or, you know, I've got sandals on, whatever I had. I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, come on, let's play. I was like, all right. So, you know, we're just shooting. We're out. And he gets it. And no lie, elbows me in the jaw, cracks my tooth. I'm 32, 33 years old. Dude, cracks my tooth with an elbow in a driveway pickup game of basketball when we hadn't played. I'm like, I got to go make an insurance claim on a cracked tooth now. I got to go to the dentist. I'm like, this sucks. You know, I've never played basketball with him again. You know, he's like, hey, man, we should play some basketball. I'm like, yeah, sure. About that. It's like, he's an okay guy to have a barbecue with. He's a great guy to have a barbecue with. But No more basketball for me and this guy.
Just walk over like, hey man, when it rains it pours. And you just walk away.
Hey, what you gonna do? Some people, you never. It's like,
Hey, look, what did I tell you about it? All right, talk to you later.
listen, some guys upstairs, they're a little cuckoo. What you gonna do? I don't know. All right, see you later, buddy. I love that. I can see the cabbie. I can see him. I can see him in my mind. I can see him. I was 18 years old, sitting on a bench in the park. How you doing, guy? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
How you doing, chief? What's up? All right. And it was just drinking coffee and smoking a cigarette. Yeah, I can still see him. I mean, he's not one guy. He's not really one guy. He's a conglomeration of like 50 guys, I mean, I did that job for like 10 years. So there were hundreds of these guys. But I can still see him, All right. I think we are done with this now. I think we have to at some point just pull the trigger and get into Clan Boss.
Let's see it.
All right, I'm taking her up to level 45. Do I have silver? I have 300k silver. Can I do anything with I can't do anything with 300k silver. All right, but I'm going to mess around with the AI here. So this is hard. Let's go ahead and get this team set up. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to worry about Runekeeper Dazdirk. Deke was pulling all of the stuns, which is annoying. But can we get Runekeeper Dazdirk to wait on his... No, we gotta swap. We gotta swap out Shield Guard. I don't think she does this anyway, but we'll just turn that off. I think we actually want this as the opener. Maybe not. Maybe we were fine before. Maybe we were fine. All right, so... I kind of want to delay. I might manual the opening of this because I don't think I can get the AI to do what I want it to do here. So I'm going to manual the opening just so I can see it. So I want the attack buff up. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to turn off Athel's extra turn mechanic. She always does that. And that wastes the buff.
Time to manual the whole fight, just so she doesn't do it.
Maybe. If I could get one key, I would manual this whole fight. I don't mind manualing a fight. I like it. I think it's fun.
Yeah, I don't either. That's how I beat that freaking spider.
Right.
Screw that spider.
So the question is, do we... Gotta remember the A2 is what I don't... Do we use the cleanse on the slow, or do we use it on the stun? I think we probably use it on the stun. All right, we got 6 poisons up there. See, this is the thing about the stun. The timing is never right because for whatever reason, Runekeeper Dazzdark always goes and then the stun drops. And so whoever is stunned is kind of hosed. And I can't really do much about that. So if that's the case, I may as well use it on the slow. Yeah, so I can't tell if Runekeeper Dazzdark is going too fast or too slow. So Deke just lost a turn. Get the weaken out there. We want that weaken out there. I don't think we're doing great on the poisons right now. We haven't gotten any, I don't think we've gotten any relentless procs on Banshee. And if you open with a relentless, you get a chance to get the poison sensitivity and get poisons on your first turn, and then you can keep that up basically indefinitely. But until you get a relentless proc, you're like half a turn behind. There we go. There's an extra proc. So now I can get this up for 2 turns. There we go. And now it'll stay up. I don't think it'll fall off at this point. See, that would have worked if he had his stun right there. He might now be in a position to cleanse that stun. Nice. She got that extra turn at the right moment. I don't think we can actually drop defense. We're full buff bar. That's unfortunate. But I'm over 500,000 damage per turn right now. Forget how many turns I got the last time. I think it was around 20.
Yeah, I usually go down shortly after 20 turns. Somewhere around there.
Can you check the exact point total I need? I think it's 11.6, but I'm not sure.
Let me take a look. This is for hard?
Yeah.
It is, yeah, 11.648.
11.65. Okay. I had to heal before the hit, I think. Deacon would have died.
You're playing in Plarium, right?
Yeah.
This account?
Yeah. Why?
Is there a reason you don't use your keyboard for the skills?
Yeah, I guess there are several reasons. Are you trying to imply something?
No, I was just curious. Because I see you clicking on everything. Once I figured out I could use QWE, that's pretty much all I use.
Yeah, the keyboard shortcuts can be nice. I like the manual kind of feedback of the mouse in terms of the second, like the confirm click. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that I can get.
Yeah.
Have a good one, Wicked.
Oh, he's down. 8 million. Somebody leave?
Yep, we could say goodnight.
Ah, Wicked. Have a good one.
We lost the Deacon.
Yeah. Now it's going to get tricky. Because I need a couple more poisons out of her before it's gonna get there. Don't die, don't die. Ah, damn it. She was so close to living. 9.18 million. So the question is, she's still got 2 poisons out there.
So what you're saying is
There's a chance.
there's a chance if these trends continue.
Hey. Nope. It's not. Well, I'm up to 10.1. I need to proc some War Master stuff quickly. Actually, it's Giant Slayer. Ah, 10.37.
Close.
Yeah, Banshee needed 2 more turns and she'd do it. But look, she's already I mean, she's 4.367 million versus 4 million for Athel. So, Athel's getting around 4 million. She got 4 million on my last turn. But it's like Frozen Banshee picked up another 800,000 just by getting a couple of extra turns over where she was before. So as soon as I get her to 6 stars, like at 6 stars at like level 10 or 20, she's going to have more than enough damage to push me into a 1 key for this Demon Lord Hard.
Yeah.
And if I could get Deacon to 6 stars, that would also up the damage considerably. So, all right. So that was the big finale. That was the exciting, very quiet, very slow finale. But thanks for hanging out today, I guess. That was fun having a Saturday stream. We haven't had a Saturday stream before. So yeah, thanks for everybody hanging out. Let's go ahead and put you. I'm going to put you on screen. You ready to be on screen?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I've just been sitting there chilling. Yeah.
Okay. I just want you to be able to say goodbye to everybody. All right. So why don't you say goodbye, son?
Goodbye to the people.
I feel, you know, what that felt like? That felt like the like the Knight Templar from Indiana Jones at the end of the Last Crusade, where like the whole cave is collapsing and the knight just kind of goes. He just kind of waves at Indiana Jones, like, okay, that's what that felt like to me. All right. Anyway, some quick reminders. One, please like the stream. And like the videos and subscribe to the channel and join the Discord and do all the things that support the channel if you enjoy the channel's content. Second thing is we will have live streams every Tuesday and maybe Friday or maybe Saturday. We haven't quite decided. I think we're going to switch to Saturday. So I think it's going to be the Saturday thing is going to be every week. So we're going to do Tuesday, Saturday. Tuesday is Takeover Tuesdays at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And you can win a free takeover and we take over your account and do great things. And then on Saturdays, we do our noob versus pro. He's the pro, I'm the noob. And yeah, and we just show off our new accounts. We have some fun. We talk about things. So feel free to look, for that schedule and join us when you can. And otherwise, thanks so much. That's it. He already said goodbye.
Fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by.